All right, good job. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the June 2026 hearings of the California Transportation Commission here in lovely Folsom, California. Woohoo, yes. We're going to kick it off to Douglas for roll call. Douglas.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Bradshaw. Vice Chair Cruz.
Present.
Commissioner Brown-Hines. Commissioner Eager.
Here.
Commissioner Grisby. Commissioner Guardino. Commissioner Mann. Commissioner Tiffany. Chair Falcone.
Present.
Senator Cortez. Assemblymember Wilson. Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Douglas. And kicking it back to you for instructions for public participation.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome to day one of the June 2026 CTC meeting in Folsom. Please note that because this is a two-day meeting, you will need to use a separate link to attend the meeting remotely tomorrow. The links can be found on the first page of the meeting's agenda on our website. Please use the questions tab in the webinar if you have questions about this. The meeting agenda is located on our website at www.catc.ca.gov. All the presentations for today's meeting are also available on the Commission Meetings page of our website under the View Download Meeting Materials. Any document the CTC creates can be translated into any language you need. Simply email us at ctc@catc.ca.gov and we'll have them returned to you as quickly as possible. American Sign Language translation is being provided on the webinar for this meeting. You should see the translators on your screen. Live closed captioning is also available. Please select the Show Captions tab at the bottom of your screen. There are a number of language options available there to choose from. For our presenters, if you're on the agenda to make a presentation, please do your best to be succinct. Please remember to speak at a steady pace to allow our translating services adequate time for accurate translation. If you are presenting remotely, we hope that you will turn on your camera during your presentation if you have one. For the public in attendance, we welcome comments from the public as part of each item at this meeting. For those attending in person, please submit a speaker slip to the clerk at the front of the room. That's me. Speaker slips are here or outside on the materials table, and that lets us know you want to make a comment on an item. For those attending via Zoom, you should see the webinar control panel, likely located at the bottom of your screen. There you will find the Raise Hand and Q&A tabs. We encourage you to use the raised hand feature as early into the item as you can to give the system time to acknowledge you. Commission staff will let you know when it's your turn to make your comment. Alternately, you may use the Q&A tab to submit your comment. Please be sure to include the agenda item number you are commenting on, and Commission staff will read the comment on your behalf. For all of our meeting attendees, please do your best to be concise when making comments. Please make sure that your comments add new information. If you agree with the comments of a previous speaker, simply make that statement. Please remember to speak at a steady pace to allow our translating services adequate time for accurate translation. Since we often have many speakers, we ask that you make your point in 2 minutes or less. If, for some reason, we have many speakers on any single topic, we reserve the right to limit comments to 1 minute if needed. Thank you for joining us today. We know your time is valuable, and we appreciate you sharing some of it with us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Douglas. Just moving on, we're going to kick off this hearing with a welcome to the region, and I think we have Mayor Justin Raithel. Mayor, did I say your last name correctly? Raithel. Thank you.
Good afternoon. There we go. That sounds better. Welcome to Folsom. As you said, my name is Justin Raithel, and I have the honor and privilege of serving as the mayor of Folsom this year. Also with us today, we've got City Manager Brian Whitemeyer, and then our City Engineer and Public Works Director, Rebecca Neves, and our Public Information Officer, Christine Brainerd. So Folsom is one of California's top-ranked and fastest-growing cities, with also a rich cultural history and a thriving historic district. The U.S. News and World Report actually ranked us the #1 place to live in California last year, and we're the 9th fastest growing city in California amongst mid-sized cities. We have strong ties to Sacramento and the broader region. We're a charter city, and we participate in 8 regional joint powers authorities to solve regional challenges. We're a suburb with increasing density, and we have an increasing demand for multimodal transportation options to support our growth. We're also a regional job center. We're anchored by technology, healthcare, and advanced industries. While Folsom has been on the technology map for decades, thanks to a large Intel R&D campus, today we're actually but we have 5 of the world's global semiconductor companies, which have significant presences right here in Folsom. And California's electrical grid is also run from Folsom thanks to Cal ISO. We're a key gateway between Sacramento County and El Dorado County along the US 50 corridor. Next slide, please. So our region is rising to the challenge of California's housing crisis. For the last 8 years, the 6-county Sacramento metropolitan area has been the leading housing producer per capita. We've built these houses across the income spectrum from affordable to luxury, and we're consistently innovating on our missing middle challenge. We've done this as construction costs have skyrocketed and our infrastructure to support this housing has lagged. Local officials do our best to tell the story and get creative, but every dollar we can put toward infrastructure lowers the anti-growth pushback that can come with a rapidly changing community. Next slide, please. These are some of our new trails going down in Folsom Ranch, where we've built almost 5,000 housing units, and we have over 6,000 more planned. With the great work the region has done to close the gap on housing needs, also brings the need for closing the gap on our infrastructure to support these new residents and connect communities and destinations. Next slide. Our infrastructure needs span a variety of key community building projects, such as transit, roadways, bike trails, and interchanges, connecting our communities to state and interstate highway systems to further promote goods and services movements for a more economically viable region and state. Folsom is home to over 50 miles of trails, and what you can see on this map is our 30 more miles planned and multiple overcrossings for safety. We are very aware that every commuter we can get on a bike or walking helps our traffic flow and makes our community a better place to live. Next slide. The City of Folsom and the SACOG region want to take this opportunity to thank the CTC and our state and federal partners for their ongoing commitment to delivering these infrastructure investments in our communities that are directly tied to the growth and answering the call to our region's housing needs. We're going to share a few projects that aren't necessarily from Folsom, but we want to talk about our region because the growth is something that's happening really throughout this whole area. Next slide. On this slide, we've got the Hazel Avenue interchange located in Sacramento County, which serves the communities and cities of Folsom, Rancho Cordova, and the county. It's directly tied to the support of future housing development and planned affordable housing. In 2023, through a local partnership program application with Sac County and Sacramento Regional Transit, the CTC awarded $15 million in funds, showing its ongoing commitment to housing development through supportive infrastructure funding. The folks who had the opportunity to take the regional bus tour this morning had the chance to see this project firsthand. And the CTC recently took action related to this funding to allow construction of segment 1 of the project to move forward this fall. Next slide. Next, we have the Citrus Heights Auburn Boulevard Complete Streets Phase 2. We had to wait a bit for this picture as they set this just a couple nights ago. The Auburn Boulevard Complete Streets Phase 2 project revitalizes a 1-mile stretch of commercial corridor through the heart of Citrus Heights, from the Roseville I-80 border to just north of Antelope Road along the historic Lincoln Highway route. The project is the culmination of more than 20 years of focused efforts, working with hundreds of property owners, business owners, utilities, design teams, the CTC, FHWA, and SACOG to deliver on commitments for improved safety, accessibility, and functionality, while supporting the economic revitalization and development of the Auburn Boulevard corridor. The Phase 2 project has received over $24 million in grant funding from design through construction. And next slide. Next up, we've got the Whitelock Interchange and Laguna Creek pedestrian overcrossing. This proposed Laguna Creek Interregional Trail Crossing at State Route 99 project will close a major gap in the Laguna Creek Interregional Trail system and provide a safe route across the freeway for trail users. The project will construct a 760-foot long pedestrian overcrossing over the State Route 99, as well as trail segments on each side of the freeway to the existing trail network. A prefabricated steel truss bridge will also be constructed on the trail segment east of the freeway, allowing the trail users to safely cross White House Creek. The estimated construction cost is $13.5 million, and project funding consists of local funds, CMAQ, ATP, along with other funds. Construction is expected to start by the end of 26 with an estimated completion date in 2028. Next slide. And next up, we have the Southeast Connector, which is a critical east-west mobility corridor supporting the long-term regional growth. This allows economic development and improves goods movement as goods that are moving on these major highways do not have to transit through downtown Sacramento. It also provides some multimodal travel opportunities and encourages our strong regional partnerships to deliver these. Next slide. Next up, we've got the SAC-RT, largest capital project in SAC-RT history, the Gold Line Light Rail Modernization Project, with significant impacts in Folsom. This consisted of the purchase of 76 new low-floor cars, the reconfiguration of 48 stations, and a new passing track in Folsom to reduce transit times to 15-minute service. Significant funds were obtained from the Federal Rail Vehicle Replacement Grant Program, Solutions for Congested Corridors, and state contributions have contributed up to $40 million for this. This combined funding advances mobility, sustainability, and access across the entire region. Next slide, we have our Empire Ranch interchange. This interchange is going to provide safety and congestion relief for one of the city's critical access points and regional circulation with new housing located in the Folsom Plan area. As I mentioned, we built 4,800 homes down there, and that's just the homes on the south side of the freeway. This interchange provides direct connection to schools, Folsom Lake College, and 4 predominant healthcare systems that are here. Next slide. I wanted to talk also about the power of public-private partnerships. Local agencies and cities are finding themselves short on infrastructure funding, but with creativity, many have opportunities to bridge that gap through the power of public-private partnerships. Recently, the city of Folsom had significant success in conditioning a community-oriented development project to fund a pedestrian overcrossing at East Bidwell, which is one of the busiest arterials in our region. The developer is fully funding the environmental clearance, design, and right-of-way to make the project shovel-ready and a prime candidate for construction funding. Next slide. And in conclusion, I wanted to really thank you for allowing us to be our host city and welcome you here. We hope you enjoy Lake Natoma and the historic district while you're here. We recently launched a new tagline for our city, the paddleboard capital of the West. But if you forgot to bring your paddleboard or your bike to get out and explore our trails, I'm sure we'd be happy to find you one while you're here. Thank you all for your time and enjoy Folsom.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Justin, any public comment on the mayor's presentation?
We do have a virtual attendee with her hand raised at this time. I'd like to call on Marissa Brown.
Sorry, my hand was raised a little too early. I'm going to go ahead and lower my hand. Thank you.
Thank you. There were no other requests to comment.
Thanks, Justin. Any comments, questions from commissioners and anyone else from the dais? Okay, Vice Chair Cruz.
I just want to thank the mayor of Folsom for making that great presentation. It's always good to be in Folsom. I don't live too far in Sacramento, and I will always enjoy the Folsom Lake, not just Lake Natoma, but also the lake, but also a great rodeo venue right behind us. They have a great rodeo there every single year, but the improvements are instrumental, obviously, to the region and allow for a lot of connectivity between Sacramento, Rancho Cordova, and Folsom, which is all areas that are really growing and creating good opportunities for folks who want to live in this area. So thanks again for all the work you do. We appreciate it.
Great comments. Thank you, Vice Chair Cruz, and thank you again, Mayor Raythel, for your presentation, for welcoming us and allowing us to use your facilities in Folsom. Glad to be here. All right, we are going to move forward. We got, folks, 193 items. You think we can do it in 2 days? Yes, okay, all right. We're going to move forward with tab 3, approval of the minutes.
Thank you, Chair. We'll take tabs 3, 4, and 5 together. Tab 3 is approval of the minutes for the May 14, 15, 2026 Commission meeting and the April 9th, 2026 joint meeting with CARB and HCD. Tab 4 is the Commissioners' meetings for compensation, and tab 5 is the Advisory Committee members' compensation. Staff recommends your approval.
Thank you, Douglas. Any public comment?
No, there was no request to comment on these items.
Thanks, Justin. Any comments, questions? Motion from the dais. Okay. Commissioner Tiffany moves, and second by Vice Chair Cruz. All in favor? Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay. Tab 6. Update from our Chief Deputy Director, Paul Golaziewski.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, Mayor Raythel, for welcoming to Folsom today. I'd also like to thank Caltrans District 3 for arranging this morning's tour of projects in the region. Some of these projects are quite familiar to members of the Commission's staff and commissioners, and we appreciated the opportunity to see them up close. Commissioners, we have a lot on our agenda this week, as Chair Falcone has been alluding to. Staff will be presenting the draft guidelines for the 5th cycle of the Senate Bill 1 programs. These guidelines are the result of an extensive public workshop and stakeholder engagement process. The investments the Commission makes through the SB1 programs are among the most impactful decisions that the Commission is entrusted with. Commission staff has prepared draft guidelines and recommendations that support the statutory framework of the programs and the Commission's strategic plan. As we look forward to awarding $1.5 billion in SB1 funds next year, I'd like to thank Naveen Habib, Beverly Newman Burkhart, Lashara Ward, Kayla Giese, and Matthew Yoscott for leading this process and preparing the draft guidelines that will be presented today. While we won't be adopting new projects for these programs until next summer, we are just now entering the application evaluation stage for the Active Transportation Program. The deadline for applications for the Active Transportation Program closed earlier this week, and the Commission received 316 applications with a total request of $2.9 billion. As a reminder, the Commission has about $620 million available to award. That means we can only fund 20% of the amount requested, once again illustrating the significant need in this program. Our volunteer review teams will be evaluating applications over the coming months, and staff will bring recommendations for funding to the Commission later this year. Over the course of our agenda this week, the Commission will be asked to consider more than $2.4 billion in project allocations, bringing our total for the fiscal year to more than $13.7 billion. These are massive investments in our communities that will directly improve the quality of life and safety for Californians, support our economy, and safeguard our environment. The June Commission meeting is always the biggest agenda of the year, and putting together this agenda is a daunting undertaking. I'd like to thank our clerk staff, Doug Remedios and Justin Hall, for all their hard work preparing and distributing our meeting materials. And I'd also especially like to thank the Caltrans office of the CTC liaison, who had to navigate a particularly challenging set of circumstances this year. Thank you to Jaime, Christina, Nicole, Christopher, and the rest of the OCTCL team for helping put together this impressive agenda. We look forward to supporting you and working with you to help align internal Caltrans processes to streamline our agenda development in the future. Commissioners, I have 2 staffing updates. First, Erwin Rufino is concluding his temporary assignment with the Commission in early July and will be returning to Caltrans traffic operations. And I think Erwin is here. There he is. Erwin jumped right into supporting the engineering team when he joined the Commission in April, and he's been essential in laying the groundwork for the Commission's tolling guidelines update that we expect to initiate later this year. I'd like to thank Erwin for his service to the commission, and I'd like to thank Caltrans for loaning Erwin to us for these past few months. These opportunities to build interagency knowledge and relationships are beneficial for both Caltrans and the commission and will help with future coordination and collaboration. And the second staffing update, David Gianco has joined the commission's engineering team on a permanent basis, and I believe David's here too. David brings extensive private and public sector experience to the commission, including time with the city of Chico, Caltrans, and a temporary role here at the commission many years ago. Commissioners, finally, as a reminder, our next meeting will be in San Diego on August 20th and 21st. And with Director Taylor's medical leave scheduled to run through early August, I'll once again be assisting you at our next meeting. And in the interim, I'm sending her best wishes while she is out. That concludes my report. However, this is also an action item today. We have the commission meeting calendar for 2027 attached to the book item for your approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Any public comment on our Chief Deputy's update?
There was no request to comment on the item.
Okay, any comments, questions, and a motion from the dais? Okay, a motion by Vice Chair Cruz, seconded by Commissioner Eager. All in favor? Opposed, abstentions? Okay, thank you. That passes. All right, thank you, Chief Deputy. Tab 7, Commissioner and ex officio reports. Anybody want to make a comment? Yes, Commissioner Tiffany.
Thank you, Chair Falcone. As Paul just mentioned, we had a great tour this morning. And I wanted to join in the thanks to Sergio and all the partners that were on that tour. For me personally, it was quite meaningful because I joined the commission early part of 2024, and one of the very first things that I did was to drive up to Sacramento, or actually West Sacramento, and be there for a hearing on YOLO 80. And I know that was a major project in our state, and for me, and I mentioned this as Sergio, it really encapsulates in terms of projects, what I think is the proper way to go about things, and that is to look at a balanced approach. We had a situation where we're dealing with congestion, but to deal with that, we're looking at managed lanes, we're looking at expanded bike lanes. We're looking at a multimodal approach, which makes a lot of sense, and I think it struck a very good balance. And it's exciting to see the project. So I wanted to comment on that. I also, on a bigger subject, wanted to mention that we heard some exciting comments made that I guess would fall under the category of cost efficiencies. And one had to do with kind of the mixed results, although it was more to blame with the railroads, but mixed results on a design build approach on one of the projects. And then also we heard some exciting, what I thought exciting cost efficiencies achieved by using a 3D modeling approach on one of the projects. And after the tour, I told Sergio that I appreciated him kind of teeing up the subject for me, because, and let me just take a moment to make my point. Several weeks ago, I was at a City of Salinas Infrastructure Summit, and one of the things that was highlighted was the spending gap, the funding gap that we have over the next 10 years, 2025 to 2035, as has been presented. over that 10 years, there's going to be a $215 billion gap in funding available for transportation projects, or at least that's what's projected. Part of that is a $31 billion revenue loss due to the fuel tax. And I know that's going to be, we're trying to address that. That is being looked at. But above and beyond looking at trying to address the revenue for transportation funding, I feel strongly that we have to look at the other side of the coin as well. And it's exciting to hear that I think Caltrans is looking at that as well, which is how do we create more cost efficiencies? How do we potentially speed up the process in terms of getting transportation projects done? Because obviously time is money, and as projects go longer, it generally is going to cost more money. So how do we focus on cost efficiencies so that we can get more transportation projects done? I feel like that should be a real priority for the entire state, Caltrans, our commission and staff. And let me just mention specifically that if we look at this agenda, by my count, there's roughly 10 supplementals that we'll be looking at that amount to over 25 or just about $25 million. And there's, I think, 54 time extensions. I'm not going to pick on any particular supplemental or time extension. They all have good arguments for why it happened. I get that. But again, if we could reduce those supplementals to a certain extent, if we could reduce the number of extensions, then that's going to save money that can be then used for more projects throughout the state. And so with that, I'll just close my comments. I just, again, think that should be a priority for us, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you for those comments, Commissioner Tiffany. We have our director here from Caltrans, Dina. Do you want to comment on any of the comments that Commissioner Tiffany? I just wanted to give you that opportunity since.
No, thank you
Since
very
it's
much,
been-
Commissioner
Exactly.
Tiffany, for the comments. And yes, I definitely do agree that, time is money, and looking for those opportunities for efficiencies. And I'll be talking about some of the innovations that we're looking at in the department, actually in some of my reports. But the goal is to deliver the projects as fast as we can. We recognize that every delay is an additional cost, and also to limit the amount of time that we're asking for extensions. Time extensions. Most of them come as a result of circumstances or project deliverables that we were not able to meet for one reason or another. But definitely noted, and yes, we're definitely in agreement. Thank you.
Our Chief Deputy would like to make a comment.
Yeah, I wanted to, in response to the comments, commissioners, as you know, in the past, we've partnered with Caltrans and local agencies to have project delivery workshops where we dive a little deeper into these topics about how to accelerate project delivery and reduce costs. It's been a while since we've had one of those, and we started having some conversations with Caltrans very recently. So we're going to work on preparing one, and we'll come up with some topics to focus on that'll, I think, address some of the issues, Commissioner Tiffany, that you raised at a future commission meeting later this year.
Yeah, I support that, and thank you, Director Eltwanzi, for jumping in and commenting on the commissioner's comments. Any other comments? And then we have Commissioner Mann. Go ahead.
Me?
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Eager.
Thank you.
I'm looking at you.
Yeah, me, looking at me. Yes, thank you. And Commissioner Tiffany, thank you for those comments. We've had those discussions many a time of what we can do better in looking at going forward. But speaking of better, certainly that tour today, looking at the exciting things that you all are doing in this region, it did invigorate us. We were talking about the BIM process and what that could be going forward, making sure that, we're looking at things up front before those mistakes happen at the end. We fix them up front. So we were excited to hear all of that. Taking that tour, I think some of you had heard before, I went to UC Davis Law School and went across that causeway. I worked at the downtown Sacramento. So I was prepared to have PTSD going across the causeway, but was very excited to see the work that was done there, and the bicycle lanes that are safe now, and the managed lanes down the middle. I know that was hard fought and long time coming, but I did want to congratulate you all on that causeway work and the Yellow 80 work. The other thing, I did a lot of travel in the last couple of weeks, and I just wanted to congratulate Caltrans for the work that you've all been doing. And I know we're getting towards the end of the year and everybody's trying to get everything done. I had to drive from San Diego to Tulare to Fresno to the Central Coast and then up into the Northern Coast, and driving on the 41 between Fresno and San Luis Obispo. That project that is saving lives between that area has been in the works for 25 years, and getting that in the books and going is certainly a huge hurdle, and I appreciate all that work. Going from Bakersfield over to the coast on the 46, that is absolutely gorgeous. And when I got to San Luis Obispo, people asked me, "Are you the one that did the 46? We can't tell you how great this is." I said, "Oh yeah, I did it. I was out there with my shovel." But I did notice that people were not stopped on the freeway going that direction. There were not trucks that were passing in the wrong lanes, because now there's 2 lanes there. The air quality and the safety issues that were being addressed by the work that you all are doing in those areas was truly miraculous. And so I did, Dina, want to congratulate you and the teams out there for all the hard work that you're doing. And I know sometimes you get the other side of that, but I was able to witness the wonderful work. And I know District 6, you were blaming me for all your VMT, but I didn't have any other way to get there. I promise. I had to drive there. But it was amazing. So I just wanted to congratulate you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eager. Commissioner Mann.
Thank you so much. And I'll just echo the remarks from my colleagues that it was a great tour today. Really appreciated the opportunity to see more of the community. And independently, I was also able to experience some of your ATP projects and your trail system this morning. And it's great. So, thank you for that as well. And I appreciate the mayor sharing a little bit more about why people are so attracted to this area. So thank you for those comments. For me, I wanted to just highlight some of the work that's happening in Southern California. So I know in 2 places in California, we're hosting the World Cup. And Metro has been doing a lot around community engagement to get more people on the transit system. And that level of community engagement has been really interesting to see, of how they're converting and how they're now getting new riders onto that system, and what that looks like. But their engagement has really ranged. We heard a little bit about it when we had the town hall in South Los Angeles. There was some discussion about what they were going to be doing in terms of the activations. And so being able to see some of it actually implemented now has been really helpful to understand how you're really converting individuals who don't typically take transit into new transit riders. And so it's been a great process to be able to experience that in Southern California, in addition to watching the World Cup games. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mann.
Wait.
Yes, Commissioner Brown-Hines.
All right. I actually
Absolutely.
participated, went to the World Cup, and LA Metro was wonderful. We were able to park away from SoFi and take shuttle in and take a shuttle back. Worked perfectly. So I wanted to acknowledge that. And then secondly, I just wanted to add, I yesterday I participated in a groundbreaking ceremony in Riverside, the Ramona Expressway. It's like a mid-county project, safety project. And it was just great to see the investments that are being made there in terms of, especially in terms of safety. I hadn't realized it's an area close to my home. There had been at least 30 collisions and fatalities in that stretch of the expressway over the past 10 years. So that was one of the things that was mentioned yesterday, that this will help save lives. And it's great to see these investments throughout Southern California, especially in our region. And the funds came from our local partnership program and the Solutions for Congested Corridors. And so we were acknowledged there. So I just want to congratulate our CTC for starting that project. It's going to take, I think, about 2 years. So I can't wait to go back to see it once it's finished. I just wanted to acknowledge that as well.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner, for representing the CTC at that event. Any other comments? Okay. Just really quick, couple things. Commissioner Tiffany and my colleagues, Commissioner Eager and Mann, encapsulated well our wonderful tour this morning. I just really wanted to highlight, in particular, a couple of projects that kind of got my attention. Was the Fix 50. I've heard a lot through the years about when is the 50 construction going to be done? And apparently it will be done very soon. Sounds like the late summer. And I just wanted to say that publicly because I have been hearing about it for years. When is it going to be done? And so it sounds like it is going to be done. And so I wanted to congratulate Sergio and his team for really moving, very, very thoughtfully and quickly on that project. I know it wasn't easy because of the issues that Tiffany, Commissioner Tiffany brought up earlier related to the railroads, along with other issues that were mentioned. The other project was the Gold Line, which was really neat, and our SCCP funds went towards some upgrades and improvements on that line. That's really excited to see. A couple of our other funding programs that were brought up during this morning's tour was SHOP funding going to ELO 80, as well as TCEP. And so it's great to hear when our programs that we make decisions on are brought up and highlighted as really being impactful in completing and progressing or advancing these projects. And so I wanted to thank the team at Caltrans for keeping us updated on how the funding that we approve here goes to work and goes to seeing these projects come to fruition. So thank you. The second thing I wanted to mention, okay. So as you can tell, we have one other missing commissioner. We lost Commissioner Elliott to the high-speed rail. That's fine. I guess he's needed there. But, we only had him for a year, and his presence was definitely very felt. When he did speak up, folks listened. He did have certain issues that he championed, and they were issues that are felt up and down the state related to housing in particular, and how our land use and transportation is informed partly on our need for housing. And so I just wanted to, if he ever listens to this hearing, maybe I'll text him and tell him to listen. But, we respected the work that he did here. I understand that he actually enjoyed his time, albeit brief, on the commission. We do have a proclamation with all the whereases and whereins in celebrating the work that he did with us. And I hope that he remembers us fondly as he is taking up high-speed rail. I have gently advocated for him to look at San Diego, don't forget us, when he's thinking about the high-speed rail. But we know that he's going to be doing good things there. And I just wanted to highlight for him, or to all of you, a proclamation for him, and we will be sending that to him. And if there's anybody else that has any comments related to my comments, yes.
Well, I'll just
Commissioner
add
Tiffany.
that, and you already said it, but I thought that Commissioner Elliott, as you pointed out, when he spoke, people listened, and he was very passionate, and I always felt like I learned a lot when I heard him. So I for one, I think all of us will really miss his voice. I know he's going to do great things. That's a challenging, project that he's being put on. But I want to congratulate him on his new position. So thank you.
Yes, we think he's been well placed, but we will miss him. So thank you for your comments. Any other comments? Any public comment on all of our comments up at the dais? Anything?
There's no comments on your comments or anything else.
Wonderful, thank you. All right, moving on then. Next, we have our esteemed Undersecretary, James Hacker, who has become kind of a partner with me in many events and speaking engagements. Good to see you, James.
Good to see you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we've shared microphones a lot lately, I think. But good afternoon, everybody. Appreciate you all being here this afternoon. Appreciate the chance to join you and represent CalSTA here, and thank you to the City of Folsom for hosting. It's June. We're already halfway through the year, which is surprising every time I look at the calendar. But given that we're halfway through the year, we have a lot of progress to report and much work that remains to be done. So go to the next slide. We'll start with safety. So first of all, just flagging that hopefully everybody has had a chance to watch the World Cup. The Office of Traffic Safety has been running a paid media flight featuring Think Before You Drink and the Go Safely movement that started June 8th and will run through July. Messaging meant to highlight the dangers of impaired driving, particularly around large events, and hopefully help offset some of the traffic risks that naturally come with an event of that size and that scope. Additionally, the Office of Traffic Safety ran their annual Safety Law Enforcement Forum, which brought together traffic safety professionals, including with focus on law enforcement. It highlights the critical role that safety plays as our top priority, and the critical role that law enforcement plays in that effort. And Secretary Omishakin delivered the keynote address. That event always provides great conversation with insightful panels, speeches, and discussions. So thank you to the Office of Traffic Safety and to Director Doherty and her team for organizing such an important forum. Moving on, our work continues on agency's state priority safety corridor effort. We have 3 corridors that are live, all down in Southern California. Office of Traffic Safety organized a May 16th event down in Los Angeles to drive public and community engagement on the Avalon Boulevard Safety Corridor. And so that work and that community engagement is continuing across all 3 corridors while we really ramp up efforts to identify additional corridors to announce and launch hopefully later this year. And lastly, the Zero Traffic Fatalities Task Force, which was kicked off as part of the Joint Secretary's Safety Policy, which was launched late last year, has been running full steam. They recently held their 3rd meeting earlier this month, focusing on data and the ways that data can help inform new and innovative ways to reduce the likelihood of high-speed and severe crashes. They've also have their initial list of recommendations, which they are reviewing and finalizing. Meeting 4 is planned for July 20th with a focus on land use and transit, after which we will transition into sort of the finalization and implementation process of those recommendations. So thank you to all the members of that task force for all of their hard work. We'll go to the next slide. Under climate, CalSTA is a member of the Strategic Growth Council, or SGC. The most recent SGC meeting back in April, which was hosted by UC Merced. The council voted to award more than $45 million for 23 agricultural preservation projects, again with CalSTA support. We're very excited to support these projects under the Sustainable Agricultural Lands Conservation Program. These 23 projects, including several of the tribal entities such as the YTT Northern Chumash Tribe, will protect approximately 17,381 acres statewide, spanning 16 counties, and help drive further sustainable land use across the state. Go to the next slide. Under transit, a couple of exciting updates. First, under Cal ITP, or the Integrated Transit Program, Metrolink went live with Cal ITP last week on the Metrolink Aero and San Bernardino lines, and this allows that service to provide secure, cash-free methods to pay for transit, including simple tap-to-pay. And by making those payments open and contactless, the goal is to reduce friction and make it easier for riders to use transit and therefore drive increased transit ridership. That pilot program was developed with support from our CALSA team, as well as a team from the Southern California Association of Governments. So thank you to SCAG for all of their help, and we're excited to continue this work across additional rail lines and additional transit agencies later this year. And lastly, on this slide, the Transit and Intercity Rail Capital Program, or TIRCP. The Cycle 8 call for projects were due May 18th. We received 54 new submissions, which significantly oversubscribes the amount of money we project that we will have for it. So similar to comments from the commission earlier about sort of oversubscribed programs, it does make our decision-making process extra difficult, but it is exciting to know that there is that much demand for transit investment and additional transit capital out there. And so we look forward to reviewing those applications and then funding as many of them as we can later this year. We'll go to the next slide. Under equity, CALSA continues to support the work of the National Equity and Infrastructure Project, or EIP. On June 4th, Secretary Omishakin delivered the opening remarks at the EIP 2026 Playbook for a New Paradigm event, which served as both a celebration of the overall program as well as a signing ceremony featuring 13 new signatories to the EIP pledge, including the California High-Speed Rail Authority, as well as our valued partners at the ports of Oakland and San Francisco. EIP commits to improve public contracting practices by creating competitive opportunities for historically underutilized and disadvantaged businesses, developing more prime, joint venture, and equity contracting opportunities for those firms. To date, there are more than 100 nationwide signatories to that pledge, including 39 right here in California, which includes, we're very proud to say, both CalSTA and Caltrans. Additionally, moving on to our DBE program, or the Caltrans Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program. We've been in the process of sort of reworking that program following new guidance from the federal government late last year. The reevaluation of the first phase of the new DBE rules under the updated guidance was completed June 1st of this year, just a few weeks ago. Within a 6-week period, Caltrans reevaluated 771 submissions for DBE certification and approved 435 back into the DBE program. We'll continue to work with our partners in sort of our historical DBE programs, as well as our partners across the broader CUCP program, to complete our recertification process and submit an updated DBE list to the federal government by July 1st, with the goal of restarting our program and allowing that contracting program to recommence in August. So more to come on that front. And then lastly, under workforce, the heavy equipment operator training program, which is an academy that is run down in San Diego, continues to run, and we just started a new cohort in San Diego in early June. And so we look forward to developing and graduating a new crop of heavy equipment operators later this year. We'll go to the next slide. Next slide, please.
Internet's a little slow. Please bear with us.
Okay. Thanks. Give everybody a breather. It's working on it. There we go. All right. Under innovation, lots to report here. So first, under autonomous vehicle regulations, earlier this year, the DMV completed a multi-year effort to update its existing autonomous vehicle regulation program, which regulates the deployment of autonomous vehicles across the state. Notably, in addition to updating light-duty standards, including a couple of things that I'll mention here, this allowed for the operation of heavy-duty vehicles in both a commercial cargo-moving use case, as well as some exciting potential use cases around transit and other uses. So we're excited for these things to go live. DMV and CHP are now in the implementation phase, which we're very excited about. Several provisions authorized by AB 1777, which was passed back in 2024, strengthens our oversight of AV operators with a notable focus on first responder interaction and emergency response. These new rules will go live July 1st, so the regs are in place, but the new first responder standards go into effect next month. These include a new process for notices of AV non-compliance, which allows local law enforcement to ticket autonomous vehicles for traffic and moving violations. DMV and CHP have submitted a policy memo and are in the process of providing training materials and opportunities to local law enforcement, so this goes live in a hopefully relatively seamless manner. Those standards also include new requirements for first responder communications. So it requires AV vehicles or autonomous vehicles to have a two-way communication device and requires operators to have an emergency response line staffed 24/7. It also requires AV companies to be responsive to what we're calling sort of emergency avoidance areas. So it authorizes local authorities to designate areas as sort of active emergencies or avoidance areas that they then communicate to the AV companies, who will then geofence their maps to prevent their vehicles from moving into those spaces, which hopefully will help keep the roads clear for first responders in emergency situations. So we're very excited for these things to go live, and we're looking forward to the continued evolution of this program and of this market in the coming months and years. Additionally, under the NEVI program, which is the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Program, CalSTRT and Caltrans continue to work closely with CEC to implement that program, which again was funded by the federal IIJA. We had the program fully obligated before the end of the federal fiscal year last year, which was very exciting. So now we are in the process of soliciting projects worth roughly $306 million for additional EV infrastructure statewide. Applications for rounds 3, 4, and 5 are now closed, and 6 is coming live shortly. And if we'll go to the next slide. Oh, that was much quicker. Nice. So under economic prosperity, focusing on PFIP, so the Port and Freight Infrastructure Program, we continue to implement this program now. We're focused on allocating money and making these projects real. Once again, this is a program that is intended to invest in infrastructure, both in terms of cargo management, cargo handling, as well as actual transportation infrastructure like roads and rails, to help speed the movement of freight statewide and to reduce both the social and environmental impact thereof. To date, we've allocated more than $543 million of this program statewide, and we're looking to allocate an additional $632 million statewide over the next year. It's between 25, 26, and 26, 27, so between the next 13 months or so. These investments are supporting port modernization, rail capacity expansion, zero-emission freight infrastructure, and trade corridor improvements throughout California. And importantly, as we allocate this money, we're moving into the delivery, the actual project delivery process. We're very focused on helping our grantees navigate permitting issues, navigate local engagement, and actual project delivery, so that we can go from sort of the paper exercise of signing off on an award and an allocation and turning it into an actual, charging station or an actual rail line or an actual, zero or low emission crane. So we're excited for this program to continue. We're excited to make the additional investments that sit in that program real, and we're looking forward to the long-term impact that will have on the state of California. If we go to the next slide. That concludes my remarks. Thank you once again for having me, and I'm happy to take any questions that you all may have.
Thank you, Mr. Undersecretary. Any public comment?
No, we did not receive any request to comment on the item.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Mann.
Thank you so much, Mr. Undersecretary, for that presentation. It was very helpful. I have a bit of an in the weeds question. So I don't know if it actually can be answered now, but to the safety campaign that you discussed, I'm curious about how, when you're running safety campaigns, how do you measure the outcomes and the effectiveness of those campaigns? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. That's a great question, and I will do a very inartful and incomplete, or give you a very inartful and incomplete answer, and then I'm happy to facilitate a conversation with OTS to give you a longer answer. OTS, for the most part, is the repository of the state's traffic safety data. They work both with Caltrans as well as with CHP. And so they're tracking, serious incidents, minor incidents, or to the extent that we have the data, they're tracking that data at the local level in real time. So we're doing a communications campaign, they're purchasing ads, they know sort of what markets they're buying them in, and then they can theoretically compare that against traffic data over the same time. And so I think that's typically a standard part of their campaigns, but happy to facilitate a longer conversation about sort of exactly how we collect that data, exactly how we run that analysis, and what kind of outcomes we've seen.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other questions or comments, we will move along. Okay, thank you again, Secretary. Next item is an update from our Caltrans Director, Dina El-Tawanzi.
Good afternoon, Chair Falcon and Commissioners. Dina El-Tawanzi, serving as Caltrans Director, and thank you for the opportunity to provide the department's updates today. Before I jump into my updates, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge and thank one of our executive team members who's attending the last CTC meeting. Please help me acknowledge David Amble, our acting District 4 Director. He's going to be retiring in the next few days. Dave had served the state of California for nearly 36 years, and I had the pleasure of working real closely with him, co-leading District 4 before I came to this position. He's a great asset to the department and to California, and we really are going to miss him. Thank you, David, for all you've done. Next slide, please. My first update for the Commission this afternoon concerns two celebrations Caltrans recently had for our Clean California campaign. First, I'm pleased to announce that in District 1, Caltrans York tribe leaders and community members came together for the opening of the Awak Archie Thompson Memorial Baseball Park in Plymouth, a mouthful there. This project was funded through a $5 million grant as part of the York Tribe Preservation's Parks Project. The park creates a welcoming community space after Alder Camp Road on the north side of the Klamath River. This project shows what's possible when state, tribal, and community partners work together to deliver meaningful public spaces that support youth, family, and cultural vitality. Moving from Klamath down south to the city of Pasadena, I'm also excited to share that the city of Pasadena was recently named the 100th Clean California community, joining 99 other communities across the state committed to beautification, accessibility, and stewardship. For each of the 100 communities, it all began with taking a Clean California pledge to help create a zero-litter state and start the designation process. To achieve the designation, communities need to meet criteria that demonstrate long-term anti-litter and community beautification efforts. This includes local cleanups, events, and offering anti-litter lessons at local schools. Since the Clean California campaign began, Caltrans has collected and hauled away 3.8 million cubic yards of litter and trash. That volume could completely cover nearly 600 football fields, 3 feet deep in trash. So it's a staggering amount of rubbish that has been collected. Beyond the litter abatement, Clean California communities have built gathering spaces in places where people have access to parks, have maintained open spaces, and in a state as beautiful as California, outdoors spaces are certainly to thank our partners, elected officials, and the dozens of communities organizers and the thousands of volunteers for making Clean California a reality. Next slide, please. Equity, it's lagging a little bit.
Looks like we lost Wi-Fi. It'll be just a sec.
Oh, there we go. We're back. I think we're back.
All right. Wow, happy belated birthday. All right, moving, I know, yes, it is. Moving on to equity. Equity work in transportation happens through years of determined effort. Often this policy work comes into fruition in the form of financial resources that speak for our values as a transportation department. This year, 8 sustainable transportation planning grants are being awarded to tribes and to projects that directly support tribal communities. This is a notable increase in tribal participation for the Sustainable Transportation Grant Program. This milestone reflects Caltrans' continued efforts and commitment to advancing transportation equity and strengthening partnership with tribal nations. The increase in tribal-led and tribal-serving awards is tied to the recent meaningful steps to remove long-standing barriers that previously made it difficult for tribes to access state planning funds. For example, the elimination of the limited waiver of sovereignty immunity requirements has made it easier for Native communities to receive and administer state planning funds. By removing barriers in contracting, the department has opened doors to more tribes to engage meaningfully in transportation planning, further localizing resources to meet more targeted needs. Equally important, expanded outreach efforts has helped build stronger and trust-based relationship with tribal partners. Through technical assistance, tribally specific outreach, and ongoing dialogue, Caltrans has been able to better align its programs with the needs and priorities identified by tribal governments. But these 8 grants represent more than funding. They signal progress toward a transportation system that respects tribal sovereignty, supports tribal self-determination, and improves safety, mobility, and economic opportunities in tribal communities. And Caltrans is looking forward to continue with this work together and expanding our collaboration with all tribal communities in the years ahead. Next slide. Moving on to some of our climate action efforts, I want to update the Commission on the latest wildlife crossings to be completed in the state. Along Highway 97 in Siskiyou County, 2 crossings. One is an overcrossing shown to the right, and the other is an undercrossing that have been recently completed. State Route 97 cuts across habitats of many species, including deer, elk, and other migratory wildlife in one of the most rural northern regions in the state. These crossings help to lessen transportation impacts on wildlife, and they are part of California's larger effort to build bridges that connect habitats. These projects will increase driver safety along these corridors and improve ecological resiliency by connecting habitats that have been segmented and isolated on our state highway system over the last century. In reconnecting habitats like these along State Route 97, we are reconnecting ourselves with what it means to live in such a beautiful, complex, and beautiful state. We continue to make progress on the 144 wildlife crossings prioritized in recent years. With each crossing, we are one step closer to recollecting all communities in our state so that the Californians, human and wildlife alike, can not only sustain themselves but thrive far into the future. Next slide. Caltrans environmental stewardship is also looking farther ahead to a future where California's shifting climate will mean changes to infrastructure and maintenance. I'm pleased to announce an important step towards the climate action goals with the release of the updated department-wide sea level rise guidance. This document reflects a multi-year effort with significant contributions from staff across Caltrans as well as the state and local partners. Caltrans sea level rise guidance provide a standardized framework for incorporating sea level rise consideration through planning, programming, and project development phases. These considerations are presented in an integrated interdisciplinary fashion and apply to all Caltrans various divisions and districts. This update comes from the intentional coordination of many climate change resiliency initiatives within Caltrans. Due to the Caltrans's guidance is in concert with that of the Coastal Commission, the San Francisco Bay Conservation and Development Commission, and other organizations. This important policy advance, Caltrans is continuing to develop solutions for Korea's changing climate as we adapt to the near future and our adaptation plans. Next slide. And my next update is about the FIFA World Cup. As the world joins us this summer for the FIFA World Cup, I'm excited to share that with you. I'm excited to share with you a new guidance outlining best practices that have been developed to support major events hosted in our state. As you know, in recent years, Caltrans has prepared for many major events and responded to several emergencies. As a result, we were able to have a lot of insights and lessons learned that we have incorporated into this guidance. Safety and efficiency remains our top priority as we coordinate closely with event organizer, with host city communities on committees, security partners, and the California Highway Patrol. Public information campaigns are being amplified to encourage transit use and the ride sharing to ensure consistent and reliable mobility throughout major events. The guidance also outlines efficient way Caltrans can collaborate with regional partners to support extended service and also strong traffic management whenever events are taking place. Caltrans and our state and local partners are confident and fully prepared to support safe and successful events that showcase our world-class transportation network today and in the future. Next slide. Continuing with other exciting developments taking place with Caltrans, I want to update you on 2 new platforms that leverage generative AI capabilities to help us usher in the culture of safety statewide. In April, the department launched the Road Safety Insights, or RSI, and the Traffic Mobility Insights, TMI, to evolve our safety analysis and traffic management projects. Road Safety Insights evaluates all crash types and quickly provides comprehensive data to identify high-risk corridors and contributing factor. This program supports crash analysis, corridor evaluation, encroachment permit reviews, and customer inquiries. By integrating over 30 databases, RSI reduces a 20 to 30 hours analysis to minutes. This helps clear backlogs and enable earlier identification of risks, particularly for pedestrian and bicyclist safety. Traffic Mobility Insights, or TMI, updates Caltrans Mobility Performance Report through centralized automated data pipelines. This has reduced report compilation time by 82%, allowing staff to shift to more focus on safety operations. TMI's real-time incident awareness quickly detects abnormal traffic patterns and improve collaboration across districts, traffic management center with CHP, and resulting in a faster incident response and preventing secondary collisions or incidents. Department-wide guidance, district-level generative AI coordinator role, subject matter experts-led testing, evaluation, and ongoing training throughout the department ensure that a safe and efficient application of these tools. Looking forward, Caltrans is preparing to scale RSI and TMI statewide, and I want to be clear that these tools are augmenting, not replacing, Caltrans's expertise. Recognition for these platforms also underscores Caltrans' commitment to safety innovation. In April, we received the Public Sector CIO Academy Leadership Award for developing these tools, reflecting our commitments to efficiency and human-in-the-loop AI safety solution. These innovations mark an important step forward for Caltrans and for transportation in California, and we look forward to building on this momentum to benefit every community in our state. Next slide. Recently, innovations and creative solutions have also actively improving lives through transportation now. In Los Angeles, Caltrans is piloting an infrastructure-grade autonomous solar roadway light solution that directly advances our safety and climate action goals. This will reduce dependence on electrical grid while addressing persistent vulnerabilities such as wire thefts. Because these units are 100% solar, trench-free retrofits, they avoid costly electrical work and reduce exposure of our maintenance workers, thus improving safety in our busiest corridors on the state highway system. Each pole delivers high-efficiency LED output and leverages a module that with a 30 years lifespan. The systems are remotely operated and programmable, giving districts more control while reducing nighttime field exposure. The pilot demonstrates how Caltrans is deploying proven solutions to persistent safety issues and our stewardship of taxpayers' money, all while continuing to advance our climate, energy, and sustainable commitments. We are ready to scale this success where possible across the state. Next slide. My final update for the Commission today is one of my favorite new innovations, and I'm sure you will love the story on how this came about as well. Shown here are photos from the newest member of Caltrans drone fleet, the graffiti abatement drone. These images were taken during a demonstration in May alongside northbound US 101 near downtown Los Angeles. The idea took shape when Paul Yamashita, a transportation engineering technician with Caltrans, connected with a superintendent from Washington State Department of Transportation, who was presenting on a painting drone at the Western State Forum. Through simple networking and interstate collaboration, the two combined their knowledge and introduced the concept of a painting drone. The drone significantly improves worker safety by reducing the need of crews to access difficult and hazardous locations. Instead of climbing slopes, working from bucket trucks, or setting up expensive lane closures, crews now can operate the drone from a safe location while maintaining effective control of the paint process. Faster application speed help reduce labor hours, equipment needs, traffic impacts, and overall traffic costs, while improving response time to graffiti incidents. This innovation directly supports Caltrans' strategic goal of safety while also advancing efficiency and innovation with maintenance operation. By leveraging emerging technology, we continue to innovate to enhance employee safety and keep California highways beautiful. Next slide. This concludes my update for today, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Dina, and thank you for hanging in there during our technology challenges. Your presentations were perfect, but our technology not so much. But and thank you, staff, for all your work to try to get us back online. Any public comment?
No, we did not receive any request to comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any comments, questions from the dais? Yes, Commissioner Eager.
Yeah, just so the drone project, is it all over the state now? Or are you focusing on LA area now and moving out? How's that going to work?
We're starting with the LA area, but we are going to be scaling it up. And I think there's a lot of applications for it. There's a lot of locations where graffiti is put on areas that are really difficult to reach. So this is certainly a big innovation as far as safety and the exposure of our staff out in the field.
That's great. Thank you. Yeah, I always wonder how they get up there to do that, right? How did they draw that up there?
Yeah, I always wonder about the overhead signs on the freeway as well.
Thank you.
Just kind of tugging on that thread on technology, a lot of updates on technology, and we certainly heard some during our tour. We found out a new acronym called BIM4I.
Yes.
Building Information Modeling for Infrastructure. Mouthful, but it's impressive because you're utilizing this technology to help determine the integrity of a project before it's even portions of it before it's constructed, which is efficient and helps you with determining costs, et cetera, and safety. And so as you have been doing updates every hearing, we're hearing more and more about how you're utilizing technology. And we hear a lot of concern, particularly as it relates to AI and replacement of jobs. But what I'm hearing is enhancement and actually helping with project delivery now with the technologies that you're using. Can you talk to me about adoption from your workforce? What kinds of preparations and training have you implemented in order to get your workforce ready for these technologies?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question, Chair. And just going back to Commissioner Tiffany's question earlier about technology and the use of technology, there's certainly a whole array of opportunities when it comes to technology. BIM for I is one of them, and you mentioned some of the efficiencies during the design, but it also helps us avoid a lot of potential conflicts during construction as well, because we are able to identify those earlier and address them before they even go out to the field. There's a lot of the technology also within the traffic operations part. We talked a little bit about the traffic mobility insight tool. This has been very helpful in reducing the amount of time that we're doing a lot of the analysis, and it helps free our staff to do more of the technical work rather than the tedious, time-consuming functions. So when we introduced those pilots, and we did that about a couple of years ago, we focused on just limited locations and limited number of opportunities. But then as the pilots started showing the results that we wanted, we started training statewide, and we started with our subject matter experts that are within the operations divisions. Brought them in and started introducing them to the tool and training them on how to use it. The biggest emphasis is that does not, the tool is not, we are responsible for the results, not the tool. And that the tool is just a tool to help us get there faster. But some of these, some of the iterations that we've done of this has helped us identify locations with abnormalities in traffic, and has also helped us to identify or to recommend to us safety countermeasures, for example. And then we start evaluating those, but we've been training our staff on that. So there's a lot of training that's taking place for AI in general. The two pilots that I talked about in here are some of that, but we're also training them on Copilot and the use of Copilot and other technologies that are becoming available to us.
Thank you for that. Any other comments or questions from the dais? Okay, thank you. Yes, Commissioner Grisby, and then Vice Chair Cruz.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that presentation. I'm always happy to hear about the use of AI for various applications. My particular question is related to moving beyond task management and improvement to perhaps workflows and value creation within organizations. This is a key question that even the private sector is looking at. So I'm wondering if there's a task force or any thought about how Caltrans might be restructured or workflows might change given AI.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Commissioner Grisby. I think the implementation of AI is happening actually in waves. If you look throughout the whole industry, not just within the department. The first is really getting those early adopters. And then, as you mentioned, going into workflows and making it more systematic in our system. We have an innovation officer that the department has hired. And his main focus is to identify use cases within the department and to also help us systemize these implementation within the various divisions. So he's been working on each division separately and where these opportunities are. But yeah, the target, the goal is to move from just applying it to individual efforts to a whole statewide workflow. But certainly it's in the planning phase right now.
Thank you. Vice Chair Cruz.
No, I appreciate the conversation about new technologies and incorporate them into the workplace. Representing a labor union, we've embraced innovation over the last few years, and AI, GPS, GPR, robotics, as far as surveying, and then even 3D printing, concrete printing has been something we've also stepped into. So anything we do, to move forward to increase productivity, improve safety for workers is important. But I appreciate you guys taking first steps in doing so and keeping a lot of folks in the loop. But this technology is going to change the way we do business, but it's also an opportunity to grow and be safe. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Vice Chair Cruz. It's not shared across the board, so I appreciate particularly your perspective on behalf of your workers as it relates to adoption of technology. Anybody else? Okay, great. Thank you for your update. Next is calling Mr. Zhao, Regional Agencies Moderator.
I thought you were going to call a break, so I'm good now.
Nice try.
I know. Good afternoon, Chair Falcone, Vice Chair Cruz, Deputy Executive Director Golazewski, and Commissioners. My name is Louis Zhao with the Orange County Transportation Authority, and I'm serving as this year's RTPA moderator. The RTPAs met yesterday here at Folsom, and would like to thank Jackie Carr from SACOG and Ted Ocampo from the City of Folsom. They secured a really beautiful meeting space in the woods, and we had a very productive meeting because of that. We did discuss several topics with pretty severe direct implications to transportation funding and project delivery that I'd like to discuss with all of you today. First, we received an update from CalCog and Caltrans on the Office of Management and Budget's proposed revisions to Uniform Guidance for Federal Financial Assistance. The revisions are intended to streamline grant making by simplifying applications, improving clarity, and reducing upfront administrative burdens. At the same time, those proposed rules introduce new administrative and compliance requirements and include expanded equity-related restrictions. It also provides grant administrators with broader flexibility to terminate discretionary awards. While these changes may improve some efficiencies during the application process, they would create additional challenges for both the regions and Caltrans during project delivery. The RTPAs will continue to monitor these proposed changes and evaluate their potential impacts on delivering transportation projects. Second, the RTPAs recently participated in a workshop with Caltrans regarding the development of the Interregional Transportation Strategic Plan guidelines, which will inform the ITIP process. During that discussion, RTPA members expressed concerns about the compressed schedule for developing the guidelines, definitions of interregional, as well as questions regarding how Caltrans' strategic investment strategy will be incorporated into the evaluation criteria. The RTPAs appreciate Caltrans' continued engagement with the regions and look forward to remaining active partners throughout the process. My colleague, Aaron Hoyt, from the chair of the Rural Counties Task Force, will elaborate more on this matter during his update. Only one item before the Commission during this meeting is the proposed SB1 program guidelines update. A key issue raised by the RTPAs was the need to preserve project cost savings realized at the time of contract award. Under these existing guidelines, SB1 funding is reduced proportionally when projects are awarded, and given today's construction environment, many regions are experiencing significant cost increases on critical projects. Proposed guideline revisions would instead allow any funding adjustments to occur at project closeout, providing greater flexibility to address unforeseen cost increases during delivery. The RTPAs would like to express our strong support for this revision and sincerely thank Commission staff for listening to the concerns of the regions and incorporating this important change into the guidelines. Commissioners, this is also my final meeting serving as the RTPA moderator. Yesterday, the RTPAs elected Jose Luis Caceres from the Stanislaus Council of Governments and as the next moderator, and Vanessa Strongwald from the Ventura County Transportation Commission as the vice moderator. The last time these two agencies held RTPA leadership positions, they also served together. It's been truly a privilege working with all of you to address California's challenging transportation issues throughout this past year. I want to thank the Commission for consistently listening to the regions, asking very thoughtful questions, and helping translate the region's complex technical issues into real-world impacts to the people of California. That concludes my remarks. I'd be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Louis. Any public comment?
No, there was no request to comment on the item.
Comments or questions from the commissioners? And we got a comment? Okay. Welcome.
Yes, this is
A little out of order, but it's okay.
a
No,
little out of order. I
It's all good.
apologize. I just wanted to thank Louis for his leadership this year. And I'm sorry that this is out of order,
No.
but excellent leadership
I'm
qualities.
giving you a hard time.
Okay, very good. Thank you. It's not easy managing large and small RTPAs and getting our feedback and input on these items. So well done herding the cattle, so to speak. And I also just wanted to comment, if I could, since item 13 has been pulled on the agenda, I wanted to make a note with respect to Keith Dunn's item. But before that, to Commissioner Eager's comments about traveling up and down the state of California and Southern California, east and west, through San Luis Obispo. There have been so many champions on that State Route 46 East project, from federal legislators to state legislators. The leadership at District 6 and 5 has been remarkable. And take the credit when you're in town, why not? With respect to item 13, self-help counties, San Luis Obispo Council of Governments has been an aspiring county since 2016. We fell short 467 votes. In 2016, it was a presidential election. The San Luis Obispo Council of Governments has placed on the ballot for November ballot measure H. So we'll see how that plays out. So we look forward to potentially being a member of the Self-Help Coalition after that election is certified. And then just lastly, I want to also thank Commissioner Mann for making it to San Luis Obispo County in late April for our groundbreaking for an innovative transportation project that is on US 101 southbound with respect to traffic management solutions. It's the part-time use of inside shoulder. And with that, we look forward to also seeing you in late September for a San Luis Obispo sponsored hosted town hall in partnership with the Central Coast Coalition on September 17th and 18th. We'll have information through Douglas available to all of you. So thank you. And Louis, again, thank you all for all you've done. Okay, sorry. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. That was Rich Murphy from Slow Cog, everyone. Louis, I feel like we just started getting to know each other. Hopefully we'll continue to see you here. Mr. Jose Luis, you have big shoes to fill. Make it good. We're going to miss you here. I'm sure you'll continue to attend the hearings. Okay, great. We just won't see you presenting as much, but thank you for all your work, and appreciate the items that you brought up that you are all watching, and just keep dialogue with us. So thank you. All right, Rural Counties Task Force Chair, Mr. Aaron Hoyt.
Well, good afternoon, Chair Falcone, Vice Chair Cruz, Commissioners, Undersecretary Hacker, and Director Altwanzi, and of course, Chief Deputy Director Golizewski. My name is Aaron Hoyt from the Nevada County Transportation Commission, and I'm representing the Rural Counties Task Force. This month, our CTF did not have a meeting as we meet on a bi-monthly basis, but I do have 3 items that I'd like to touch on in my time here today. First, I'd like to congratulate CTC staff on the release of the draft Senate Bill 1 competitive program guidelines updates that are on your agenda today. The workshops were an open and collaborative process, strengthening and updating the individual programs themselves. And I'd also like to thank and echo Louis Zhao's comments about staff considering the region's comments into these updates. The second item that I want to touch on, and we'll probably spend the most time on, is the Interregional Transportation Strategic Plan. At the May meeting, I shared that the Caltrans staff presented to the Rural Counties Task Force on the update. They provided an overview of some of the changes that are being anticipated and the timeline for those updates. Since then, Caltrans has graciously met with staff at Nevada County Transportation Commission, as well as a presentation to the regional transportation planning agencies and potentially other stakeholders and agencies that I'm not aware of. So I do want to thank Caltrans staff for their willingness to meet and making themselves available to us. However, I want to share three concerns that we have collectively. First, it's the update to the definition of interregional travel. The second point is the use of the Caltrans system investment strategy as an evaluation tool. And third, the ability to thoroughly evaluate the proposed changes and collaboratively work to find a common ground on such a tight schedule. First, the definition of interregional travel is defined under state statute in Highways Codes 164.10 and 164.2. And it is not apparent whether, to some of the regions, whether or not the definition of interregional travel can unilaterally be changed. The proposed revision to the definitions removes the phrase long-distance trips between two or more regions and replaces it with travel between two or more regions, states, international borders, and strategic interregional corridors on the interregional road system. The revision appears to open the doors to other types of projects that would be eligible for limited interregional transportation improvement program funding. Additionally, open the door could lead to inconsistencies with state statute, but that is still unforeseen. The question that I pose is whether a change of this magnitude is appropriate for a minor update to the interregional transportation strategic plan at this point in time. And we say minor because that's how it's been referred to as by staff. The second point of contention is the refinement of the Interregional Transportation Improvement Program funding evaluation criteria to include the Caltrans System Investment Strategy. ITIP funding is also set under state government statute and codes. We'll read all the numbers for time consideration. But together, these statutes set forth a complete and exclusive substantive criteria for ITIP funding, including consistency with the ITSP, consistency with the regional transportation plans, and geographic and modal investment system percentages set forth in streets and highway codes. So using the Caltrans system investment strategy as a prioritization framework poses a real concern on the applicability of projects outside large urban areas, which is specifically what the Interregional Transportation Improvement Program is intended for. Furthermore, in 2022, the Caltrans, CTC, and the regions developed an evaluation criteria that aligned with the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure. This is evaluation criteria that we feel should continue to be used until a robust and collaborative process to update the criteria occurs. And finally, there's a 3-month window to reach consensus on these two fundamental topics. Additionally, to provide input on other aspects of the plan that will be developed, and all that has to occur before drafting the 2027 Interregional Transportation Strategic Plan that is scheduled to be out this fall. I will say that Caltrans staff has offered one-on-one meetings, and there are upcoming kind of region-specific meetings that are scheduled. But we do ask whether or not there could be additional collaborative workshops between regions, all of our CTF members, or all of our TPA groups. That way we can understand how this fully impacts different regions with different set of circumstances across the state. And with that, I'll close out my last remarks as a Rural Counties Task Force Chair, as I too, my term will be coming to an end as of this month. As all good things, they all come to an end, and I want to say that I'm appreciative of the opportunity to present to you and represent the 26 rural regional transportation planning agencies, and that is probably one of the last times I'll have to say that mouthful, so I'm excited for that. I've enjoyed the dialogue that has occurred here from this podium, as well as individual conversations that we've had separately through various discussions at receptions, etc. It truly has been an enjoyable experience for me getting to know all of you. And I do want to announce that Heather Adamson from the Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments will be the new chair starting in July. So I do feel that you'll be in good hands with Heather. So I thank you for your time and this last opportunity to present before you. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Any public comment?
No, there was no request to comment on the item.
Any questions or comments from the dais? Yes, Mr. Tiffany.
Just want to thank you for your service for the last year and look forward to working with you in a slightly different capacity. And I know Heather will do a good job as well. So thank you.
Anyone else? I don't like to be abandoned. Well, thank you, Aaron, for your service and your updates. I am harnessing Tanisha Taylor right now because I know that you've had friendship with Tanisha, and if she was here, I am sure she would be congratulating you and thanking you. And so I as well thank you for being here. I'm sure we'll continue to see you in different capacities representing rural counties, and thank you for your work. And we welcome Heather to the podium next hearing. Thank you, Erin. Yes, you have comment, Vice Chair Cruz?
Just on item 13, I did have a chance to talk to Keith Dunn this afternoon, and he sends his regrets about not making the meeting. He looks forward to meeting everybody in San Diego in August.
Thank you for that. I also wanted to, let's see. So I just want to let you know that we are joined virtually by Commissioner Carl Gordino, who is on his way. There he is. I see him. Be safe, sir. And just letting you know that he is participating, but on his way to the hearing. Okay. Next, Equity Initiatives Update. Ms. Sequoia.
Thank you, Chair. And for the record, I'm not going anywhere for the time. So I'll be here. Good afternoon. So tab 14 features our standard equity updates. Following my updates, committee member Florin Simon, who is joining us virtually, will be featured as our EAC member spotlight. Throughout the spring, EAC members have supported commission staff with the following advisory opportunities. The Senate Bill 1, Cycle 5 Equity Supplement and Guidelines Updates. You will hear about this as part of tab 18 and the SB1 items on today's agenda. And I wanted to highlight here that the SB1 team has been working with committee members to develop recommendations for improvements to equity, community engagement, workforce development, and evaluation criteria on the guidelines update. The draft equity supplement also now includes clearer guidance on inclusive engagement and accessibility, plus stronger evaluation requirements. And committee member efforts will help shape $1.5 billion in multimodal funding allocations. And throughout this process, members have gained invaluable insights into program development. So thank you to that team for working very hard with our members. Next, I'll highlight EAC member involvement with the 2027 Active Transportation Program, or ATP Cycle 8. The call for projects was released in March of 2026, and 6 Equity Advisory Committee members have volunteered as evaluators. And so we're very grateful for their input and participation in this process and look forward to hearing what those recommendations are in the future. An upcoming advisory opportunity includes the AB 194 tolling guidelines update. The engineering team will seek committee input for guideline revisions targeted for winter adoption. And the purpose of this is to provide policy clarity for agencies pursuing HOT lanes or toll facility applications. And finally, I'll highlight that the Equity Advisory Committee met in May in San Jose. Subcommittees met virtually this month in June, and our next committee meeting will be held in person and virtually on August 19th in San Diego. So next, I will pass it to EAC member Florin Simon, joining us virtually.
Hello, commission members. It's really good to see you, really good to be here virtually. I'm so sorry that I can't join in person, but I really value the opportunity to speak with you for a couple minutes. So first, I'll quickly introduce myself. My name is Florin Simon. I live in San Francisco, District 4 in Caltrans. I've lived here basically for the last 10 years with a short stint in DC, and I come from a Cantonese immigrant family that has a really long history and really deep roots in our beautiful state. I got my start in transportation policy when I was working on Secretary Buttigieg's campaign for president back in 2019 to 2020. So I had the opportunity then to lead the development of his infrastructure policy and really emphasize the importance of safety, equity, access to opportunity, sustainability for a highway trust fund, which is now even more of an issue than it was back then. We made those centerpieces of the policy proposal that he put forth. I also worked on transportation at the federal level, first on the transition team for President Biden with Secretary Omashakin, actually, and then as a political appointee at the Department of Transportation, where I helped to lead implementation of the bipartisan infrastructure law. So as part of that, we managed an ambitious grant calendar. We released and prepared hundreds of grants for thousands of projects across the country. So many that are, of course, familiar to this commission: Lono buses, airports, Fed-State Partnership for Rail, bridges, mega EV chargers, reconnecting communities. Those were all part of what my team was managing. We integrated policy priorities of the administration like climate and equity. We addressed major policy issues of the White House on issues like speed and reliability for major rail corridors. And we worked on project delivery, which I'm going to come back to. I've also served as a director of innovation for Mayor Lurie in San Francisco. We supported the MTA there on a better customer experience, responding to customer complaints about cleanliness and safety incidents, being more proactive in monitoring and cleaning the most ridden and most complained about bus lines. There, we also launched a citywide online permitting system to make it easier to host events, build housing, which is so critical given the rising costs in the San Francisco housing market in advance of what people anticipate to be some really big AI company IPOs. The costs are going up, and it's important to build more housing, of course, and also making it easier to open small businesses.
Member Simon?
Yep.
Would you mind going a little bit slower for interpreter?
Oh, yeah. So sorry. So sorry. I'm excited that our committee has a clearer focus for 2026, which is complete streets and equity in funding decisions. And what is so, I think, incredible about that committee is that there are a lot of really passionate and experienced leaders who are advocating for more funding for disadvantaged communities and more engagement. And I do want to talk to you today about the fact that funding and engagement are really, really important. But there is more to equity than that. And I've always believed that. Because equity is really also about impact and about delivery. If government can't deliver, then the communities in need are the ones that suffer the most. And I was someone who worked on that, I think, really deeply and wrestled with that problem really deeply at the Department of Transportation, because what we were doing originally is we were designing all these grant programs, as I said, and we were making sure that we were embedding in a lot of language for equity, Justice 40, different screens for climate and racial justice. And those were really, really important. But as I, continued my work in the department, what I came to realize and what led me to want to work in equity at the state level as well is that equity is about building projects, specifically transit projects, active transportation projects for everyone. Building transit is equity. And so that was something that I brought to my work at the department by trying to emphasize and increase the emphasis on project delivery. And of course, as you all know very well, at the federal level, we were not delivering a single project, we were funding the projects. But what we found was that oversight and executive focus could also play an important role. And so what we did, and this was something that I created over the course of a few months, is we actually created a dashboard that we put in front of the secretary where we provided information from grantees and contractors and subcontractors. We had like a red, yellow, green system. We looked at the difference between planned and actual every couple weeks. We looked at where delays were happening. And we found actually many opportunities to clear roadblocks, like, a permit being stuck at the Coast Guard or being able to support Amtrak on a key negotiation. And so it was an example of how we were not building the projects as the federal government. Just as I know, many cases that the state is not building transit projects. That's, of course, being done by transit agencies at a local level. But I think that what that taught us was that this culture of really focusing, sharing information, clearing roadblocks made a big difference in getting those projects done more quickly. And so maybe my bottom line message here is that delivery really matters, and that at the leadership level, do not underestimate the power of picking a few key projects and asking the question over and over as to like, how can we deliver faster? Where are there roadblocks? How do we help you clear those roadblocks? And I know, because I've been in, politics at many levels, that level of focus is really, really hard because there are so many stakeholders and so many constituencies, especially in a state as big and diverse as California. It's really, really hard to focus on a few key projects, but that is also why it's powerful. And that is also why it can get outcomes for communities in need. So thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you so much for having me as part of the committee. I'm really excited to keep working with you and finding ways to deliver equitable projects and outcomes faster for Californians.
Thank you, Member Simon, and thank you, Commissioners. That concludes our equity updates for today. Happy to answer any questions or hear any comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Sequoia, and thank you, Florence. Any public comment?
No, there was no request to comment on the item.
Any comments or questions from the dais? Okay, great. Thank you for all your work. You've done a lot. And thank you particularly for the work that you've done for SB1. And we look forward to hearing further updates in future hearings. So thank you, Florence, for joining us virtually. Okay, next item, 15, state and federal legislative matters. Justin.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tab 15 is the report on state and federal legislative matters. The Senate and Assembly are scheduled to adjourn for summer recess next week, and bills must pass out of policy committees in the second house before then. When the legislature returns from recess on August 3rd, they will have until August 14th to approve bills in fiscal committees and until August 31st to conclude their business for the legislative session. The yellow book item attachment includes a list of bills being tracked by commission staff, and staff continues to meet with bill authors and stakeholders to provide technical assistance. Staff is not recommending the commission take any positions on bills at this time. Last week, the legislature approved a state budget for fiscal year 2026-27. Negotiations with the governor on the final budget deal are ongoing and expected to conclude before the end of June, so a budget can be in place at the start of the fiscal year on July 1st. And lastly, on federal legislation, the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee approved a 5-year surface transportation reauthorization bill last month. The bill, referred to as the Build America 250 Act, includes about $580 billion in guaranteed spending in future appropriations over 5 years, which is about half of what was included in the IIJA. Staff is monitoring this legislation and any other proposals introduced in the Senate, and we will provide updates as they become available. At the January Commission meeting, Caltrans presented the California Reauthorization Consensus Principles as an informational item. Staff has reviewed the consensus principles, and as part of this item, recommends the Commission sign on to the principles when they are submitted to California's congressional delegation. Staff from Caltrans's Office of the Federal Liaison is on the line if Commissioners have any questions. And this concludes my report. Again, staff recommends approval of this item.
Thank you, Justin. Any public comment?
No, there was no request to comment on the item.
Okay, I see lights on for Commissioner Eager.
Just checking with whoever's on the line. If there were any changes from the draft until the document that we'll be approving today, signing on to today.
Yes, we have Andrew Carhart with their hand raised. Andrew, you're now muted and free to speak.
Hi, I'm Andrew Carhart. I am Caltrans Federal Legislation Manager. There were some changes to the document, primarily related to requests from our transit agencies across the state to support more transit operation funding. We did take that note and put that into the document. That was kind of the primary one that was a political concern. Most of the rest were fairly minor changes. We do have available a comparison between the draft version that we put out for public comment and that final revised version. I'll get that over to Justin so you have a complete accounting of what changed in the document.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for the question. Any other comments or questions from dais? Okay, thank you. Back to you, Justin, for budget and allocation. Oh, okay. It is an action item. Pardon me. Got a little ahead of myself. Do I hear a motion for adoption of the update?
So moved.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Eager, second by Commissioner Tiffany. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, that item passes. Back to you, Justin.
Great. Commissioners, tab 16 is an informational item. Keith Duncan from Caltrans Budgets will present an update on budget and allocation capacity.
Thank you, Justin. Madam Chair, Commissioners, good afternoon. Happy Thursday. As mentioned, Keith Duncan, Caltrans Division of Budgets, and I'll be presenting tab 16, the budget and allocation capacity update. Next slide, please. As noted in your slide, on the slide before you, as well as in your agenda material, through May, the Commission has allocated $5.3 billion onto 800 projects across all programs within your purview. That represents about just under 50% allocated for the year. Knowing that we have roughly a little over $2 billion on your agenda over the next 2 days for your consideration, that could potentially end us with a little less than $4 billion that carries over to next year that can still be allocated on the projects. Next slide, please. There we go. This is just showing a comparison from this current fiscal year to the last 3 fiscal years. The unit of measure here is percent allocated. This year's line is represented by that reddish orange line. You can see we started the year quite high and then we flattened out and we kind of caught up to the last couple of years. So from percent allocated, we're still in line with what we've seen over the last couple of years. Next slide, please. And this next slide is total dollars allocated through the year. Unfortunately, we're a little lower than what we've seen over the last few years, but knowing again, a little over $2 billion allocated, we'll be able to be in line with what we've seen in the highs over the last couple of years in total dollars allocated. Next slide, please. The next slide, when it does show up, are a couple of the standing budgetary updates that for the Commission has expressed interest in. First, related to federal funding. In relation to formula funds, that's the core funding for all the programs within your purview. Those funds continue to be available, allocated, obligated, bill for reimbursement, so those funds continue uninterrupted, so that is great news. On the flip side of that, the discretionary and competitive grants continue to be delayed. We have seen a handful of grant agreements that have been executed by USDOT, but we continue to wait impatiently for the others to be released so we can try to get those funds obligated because much of these grant funds need to be obligated by September 30th. The other item that is expressed interest, I believe from prior Commissioner Elliott, was the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration penalty assessment. That was the penalty that was assessed to California because of a finding of non-compliance to the issuance of commercial driver's licenses to non-residents. Based on feedback from our friends at the DMV, they have met the requirements that the FMCSA has provided. We're just all waiting for feedback or confirmation whether the penalty will still be there or if it will be repealed. The penalty would be assessed next federal fiscal year. So again, this is another item that we are waiting very impatiently on for the outcome. The next item is related to the SHOP allocation plan. As you note on your agenda, there are 10 projects that have come forward that are programmed in the current fiscal year. Those projects continue to meet the criteria that the Commission approved back in December. And we also continue to see bid savings for the program. So we are seeing some fiscal pressures a little bit alleviated there. And we are on track to be able to meet by the end of the fiscal year to stay within budget. On track. So we'll be able to report more details at the next meeting whenever we finish our reconciliations. And then the last item is related to the legislature approved budget. Justin already touched on that is the continued negotiations that are taking place. But there is one item that we are tracking closely, and that's the SAF, the Sustainable Aviation Fuel Tax Credit. That's a credit or a incentive for fuel refineries to develop cleaner aviation fuel. This proposal has placeholder language was approved by the legislature, so we'll continue to monitor that as that continues to be discussed. Excuse me. That tickle again. If this does move forward, the programs that would be impacted would be the SHOP, the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program, as well as potential funding for cities and counties. But we'll continue to monitor that and report back to you. Next slide. All right. As we're just a few short days away from the next federal, the start of the 26-27 fiscal year, we wanted to present to you the draft allocation capacity across all these programs. This represents the base funding for the new fiscal year. For programs such as the SHOP, the STIP, ATP, and TCEP, the amounts that you see on the screen are consistent with the fund estimates that you've previously approved. And for the other programs, the amounts on the screen are consistent with budgetary or statutory requirements. At the August meeting, we will take a full reconciliation of all the allocations and whatever remaining balances are from this current fiscal year. We will add that to this totals, and then we'll present to you at the August meeting what the new final allocation capacities are for you. Current estimates are anywhere from $9 to $10 billion. So get ready. You got some busy efforts for next year. Next slide, please. As we look ahead for the month of July, budget enactment July 1st, we're eagerly waiting for that patiently. Also included in July is the annual inflationary increase to both gas and diesel excise taxes. Looking to August, we will, as mentioned, we'll be presenting the final 26-27 allocation capacity for your consideration. And then my friend Garrett Franklin in a few moments will be presenting the 2026 draft TCEP fund estimate. He'll be back in August to present to you the final for your consideration for adoption. And as mentioned previously, September is the last month of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. So as Justin mentioned, we are watching eagerly and patiently and digging in to see what the next federal fiscal year may bring to us. Next slide, please. And with that, I say it a lot, but I'll say it 1,000 more times. It's a team effort to manage the billions that you get to see on this screen. I want to thank CTC staff, our Caltrans financial programming, and our special Caltrans budgets team for everyone's efforts in this. And I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, as always, Keith. Any public comment?
No, there was no request to comment on the item.
Any questions or comments from the dais? Okay. Keith, thank you for the challenge. And on behalf of CTC staff, who will have to deal with all the allocations that you say will be coming forward, we accept the challenge. All right. Okay. I am going to give everyone the gift of a break for 15 minutes. I wanted to bring to your attention in front of us some wonderful fruit that was donated by our wonderful engineer, Tim Soberman. You wouldn't think that an engineer has a green thumb, but apparently he does. So thank you, Mr. Sobelman, for the gift of your fruit, since we are having a fruitful conversation. Yes, I did a Carl Guardino joke. All right, 15 minutes, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, that worked.
Do I actually have to use this? Where's my tequila?
Doug needs to announce this.
Yeah.
Thing.
All right.
Got to do that.
That's so unnatural. That's so unnatural. All right. Before we resume the rest of the agenda, I'm going to kick it back to Douglas for a quick announcement. Douglas?
Thank you, Chair. If there's a Shannon Baker with us driving a 2014 Ford Fusion, license 7FCA160, you are parked in a city parking spot behind the building, and your car will be towed if it is not moved soon. Again, Ford Fusion 2014 7FCA 160. Please move your car. Shannon Baker. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Douglas. Hopefully she gets the message. Okay, we're going to continue the agenda. And we are going to kick it off with Bridget Driller, Innovations in Transportation. Bridget.
Thank you, Chair Falcon. Commissioners, tab 17 is an information item. As part of our series on innovations in transportation, Tim Hale, the Executive Director of the Contra Costa Transportation Authority, will present on their agency's efforts to advance autonomous vehicles. And without further ado, I will turn it over to Mr. Hale.
There we go. Whoa. Good afternoon, Chair Falcon, Commissioners, Undersecretary Hacker, and Director Altwanzi. Really appreciate the opportunity to come share a little bit about CCTA and our innovation program. So without further ado, I promise to keep this presentation about 10 minutes, so I will do my best. So next slide, please. So Contra Costa Transportation Authority, just a little bit about who we are. We're one of the self-help counties here in the state of California, located in the East Bay of the San Francisco Bay Area. I've been the executive director now for about 6 years at CCTA, and we're really proud of the work that we do in support of our transportation system in Contra Costa County. And again, thank you to the California Transportation Commission for your continued support to the county and the Self-Help County Coalition. Next slide, please. One of the foundational or really unique things about CCTA is our innovation programs. So we actually own and operate one of the largest autonomous vehicle test beds in the country. And I would really invite the California Transportation Commission to really come out one day and check it out. It's a really fascinating program and fascinating facility to see innovation happening right here in the Bay Area and in the state of California. And one of the reasons why we created Gomentum Station was not about just the technology, but was really about how can we as CCTA really advance safety as well as efficiency. Really smarter and more high-paying jobs to Contra Costa County. So there was definitely this economic development component to Gomentum Station. And at Gomentum Station, we've been able to implement some really neat programs. One of the programs we just did in partnership with Caltrans is we started testing kind of next generation bus on shoulder, really trying to leverage how we can use new technologies to make bus on shoulder safer on our public highway system. And so we were able to take the draft guidelines for transit bus on shoulder and actually put them into real world scenarios at Gomentum Station in a secured environment. Next slide, please. As part of Gomentum Station, one of the things that we're also proud of is how we can really bring technology to Contra Costa County, but advance it, incubate it, learn from it, and really form a true public-private partnership for technology. And one of the examples of that is Glideways. I know they've been here to provide a presentation, so I won't spend much time here. But we've been able to take this technology, actually learn how to public system, find an actual use case for this tech. Benefits of Gomentum Station is it provides us an opportunity to kind of test new technology. Slide, please. Okay, cool. So we were one of the first agencies, public agencies in the state of autonomous vehicles on public roads. This was actually long before DV actually adopted the regulations. We had project-specific authority under AB 1592 to be able to test this technology on public roads. And that has led to a lot of development of how we can learn how to integrate these autonomous technologies into our public transit system and into our public transportation system. And you might ask why. Like, this is not about a fancy object. This is not about the technology. This is really about problem solving for us at CCTA. We have a tremendous amount of first and last mile challenges, given that we are a suburban county. And so how are we going to use this technology to really expand access and coverage and really provide higher ridership and higher performance for our public transit system in Contra Costa County? Next slide, please. So that really led to a federal grant that we got from US DOT, the Automated Driving System Grant, and that was really the development of our Presto program. So as we learned about this technology, we also learned about the pilot and how to pilot this technology. So how do we actually put it into real world practice, real world deployment in specific use cases? And so we developed this Presto program. There's supposed to be a video. I don't know if we're going to be able to play it, but the Presto program really focused on 3 important use cases. The first use case was really, how do we use this as a first and last mile with a business park, right? And then the second one was really, how can we use this technology to provide access to seniors, really maintain their quality of life, and provide that independence, and so people are not aging in place. The third one is really focused on our county medical facilities. How can we support expansion of wheelchair accessible transit and paratransit using this technology? So it's 3 use cases. This video will actually show this in real world action. So if you can just hit the play button, hopefully it works. Doesn't look like it's going to work. Okay, so looks like it may not work. You know, it's always risky with these videos sometimes. So we'll just go ahead and advance the next slide if I may. So it was really cool because you actually see the shuttles in real world action being used by real people and used by the public. This was the first public deployment of this technology, public use in the state of California. We started this program in 2022, and we operated this program for 2 years with over 3,600 passengers per year to be able to demonstrate this pilot. And through this program, and you can kind of see one of the vehicles there through Maine Mobility, we were able to really understand how to scale, right? How do we actually get to full deployment? How do we actually integrate this into our public transit system? And so looks like the video is trying to work. Let's see here. Oh, actually it's working out kind of. So this is the Bishop Ranch project, and then it'll transition to the Rossmore project. And just so you know, these are level 4 autonomous shuttles. They're purpose-built. There's no steering wheel, no brake pedal, no gas pedal for the Bishop Branch project as well as the Rossmore project. The Maine Mobility project had a steering wheel, and it was a wheelchair accessible vehicle. So one of the unique aspects of the Martinez project, the county hospital project with Maine Mobility, is we're very proud of this. We actually did this in partnership with our public transit operator, County Connection. It was a public-private partnership. Maine Mobility provided the technology, County Connection provided the labor, and we actually were the first agency, and I know this for a fact, we were the first agency in the country to train an ATU bus driver into autonomous vehicle operator. And so we actually developed an actual career pathway to do that. And this slide actually demonstrates exactly what we did. We developed an online course, and they had to take this online course. We went out to Momentum Station and take behind the wheel training at Momentum Station, back to the vehicle, when to engage, when to disengage, when to take over operations of the vehicle. And then we also had on-site training. And by using those trainings, they were able to go to DMV and get their actual driver autonomous vehicle operator permit. And so we actually created a career pathway, right, to really show promise that this is about transitioning our existing workforce into these new technologies and really not about leaving anyone behind or displacement. So with that in mind, if you go to the next slide, Pete, please, we created this thing called a Momentum Innovation Alliance. And this is, again, a partnership that we have with public sector, private sector, academia, labor, union labor, ATU. And we're basically looking at how we continue to develop these additional pathways to really figure out how to really transition the workforce. These projects, as we think about the technology, the most important thing is really the human factor, right? The human factor of the public acceptance, but also the human factor of actually training the workforce to support this technology. And I'd love to answer any questions you may have about our experiences with this, but trying to stay on time with my 10 minutes. But we did a gaps and needs assessment that really focused on, with these new technologies, what are those gaps and needs in the workforce? And the biggest one we found was actually technology competency, right? There are still people that don't know how to log into a computer. There are still people that don't understand the nomenclature. And so we actually started working on a feasibility report, which is on the right here, to start developing an actual career course or career pathway, really about the first step, right, which is technology competency. That would be the very first step in this career pathway. And then we can start defining what those additional steps are. For particularly, one is remote assistance. Like, how do we actually train a bus driver or an attendant to become a remote assistance for a vehicle? And so we've been able to develop a really strong relationship with Union and with ATU to develop these career pathways. Next slide, please. A little bit of a lag. So for the Momentum Innovation Alliance, some of the things that we're starting to think about is, how do we actually expand this technology, right? As you know, DMV in April approved the heavy duty regulations. We're really proud to be part of really supporting DMV. We're very excited about this new regulatory environment that is now provided for public transit within the 10,000 to 14,000 weight range, which is really in support of these autonomous shuttles. And this is really for vehicles specifically, again, 10,000 to 14,000, and for anything 15 passengers or less. So specifically this like autonomous shuttle use case, right? And so we're now looking at the regulatory environment and how to implement that in our public transportation system. And so by doing that, we're looking at also the emergency responder element of this as well. As we all know, emergency responders are really important. And even in that Presto program, we had to train our emergency service providers. We had to train the police department. We had to do a lot of training around and support around this project, around the technologies, to make sure these projects were successful in these real world environments. And so as part of that, I'm like 2 slides forward now, but I'm just kidding. And so next slide, please. So this is the regulatory framework that I was just talking about. And so now what we're doing is we're looking at our public transportation system, and we're really starting to understand, how do we take this technology and actually improve and integrate it into our public transit system, right? So how do we close gaps? How do we create more access? How do we create more first and last mile? Funding for public transit is really challenged to really frequency and coverage, right? So when you're planning your system, you're really thinking about where do I need to provide the most frequency? And then how do I navigate to provide the most coverage? And you're limited on that, on resources. With autonomous technology, we can start looking at how we can do both, right? How can we take these funding streams and look at and using this technology to expand that first and last mile coverage and access, right? And so we're really excited about how we can leverage this to really, in my mind, if I could see one headline in the future newspaper 5 years from now, hopefully sooner, is how this autonomous technology can really solve our public transit fiscal cliff, and really support ridership to the public transit system. As you think about system in Contra Costa County, we actually did an analysis of the market demand. So when you look at this slide, you can see the purple there, that's low transit demand and low supply, right? And then if you look at the blue, those are the real high opportunities, right? High transit demand, low supply. So those blue squares are the opportunities that we can really focus on, where we got high demand but low transit supply because of limited funding and limited resources. And so how can we use this technology to start filling those gaps? Next slide, please. This is one of my last slides here, but the other use cases on emergency services. And so we got a grant from the federal grant on Safe Streets for All to really start developing a system that leverages the emergency services protocols within the new regulations to really start creating moving geofences. So if you can imagine a fire engine that's being dispatched to a fire, we would create a geofence around that fire, a geofence around the fire engine, and we would create this kind of vehicle to network environment, as well as communication with the infrastructure, to be able to communicate to autonomous vehicles to these avoidance areas, right? So you can see here, number 2 is you do a dynamic fire. you're to the autonomous vehicles, and then now you're actually creating an avoidance zone, and now they're rerouting. And so how do we actually create systems that actually can take this application of technology and really integrate it again into our roadway system and into our system very safely, right? And really safety is the number one factor here across everything. So if you go to the next slide, please. We have a podcast called On the Go. It talks more about this project as well as other projects, some of the other things we're doing at CCTA. So this is for everyone. The latest podcast we do is actually on our countywide smart signal system, which is really fascinating and really embodies some of the things I just talked about for the emergency services. And I think the next slide is my thank you slide. So appreciate the opportunity. Happy to answer any questions that you might have. And I invite you all out to Momentum Station and to Contra Costa County to have maybe a CTC meeting, and I can host you all at Momentum. You can see all this stuff in real world action. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim. Any public comment?
No, there was no request to comment on the item.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions from the dais?
Yes.
Just a quick question. Can you have access to that video that we couldn't see?
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll get that over to you. Just saying yes. So we have it on YouTube too.
Great. Chair, I'm sorry. Ask Chair Grisby.
Thank you, but I think Leanne, were you first? Okay. Thank you for the presentation and all the work you're doing in Contra Costa County. I live in Alameda, not too far away from you. I know you have some pretty bold ideas around mitigations around I-680. And unfortunately, it was challenging to get funding for all those elements. But with this particular idea that you have, is it going to lead to any VMT reductions along that corridor, perhaps other ways to do mitigations for the project?
That's a really good question. So for the Innovate 680 program, that was really circled around 7 strategies. And one of those strategies was first and last mile. And then the other strategy was prepare the corridor for the future. And so through those strategies, we are focused on share mobility hubs. And we see share mobility hubs being really essential to the implementation of this technology. So as you think about the daily maintenance, the daily required in terms of charging, cleaning, all these things, we see that the share mobility hubs are going to be really essential to really, supporting the distribution of these vehicles, right? Because to make first and last mile and microtransit to really work, it has to have a place to go to. It has to have a hub. And so we just finished an integrated transit plan. We just identified 36 share mobility hubs in the entire county. We're actually going through a proposal right now to understand what procurement business model might look like for those 36 share mobility hubs, which might include a concession or P3 type of procurement. And so to answer your question, those 3 Presto programs that I just shared with you, those are actually part of the Innovate 680 program. So Presto, Rossmore, that was part, that automated driving system, that was actually one of 6 projects for the Innovate 680 program. So as we think about how to scale these technologies, it would absolutely be a future strategy to reduce vehicles traveled, and built into the share mobility hub strategy as part of Innovate 680.
Excellent. Thanks so much.
Good question. Commissioner Eager.
Yes, thank you. Well, Bob and I being in our 70s, we have a question for you. One is the cost for riders to be able to utilize this system, and the other is for seniors who might not have access to technology. Will they be able to buy a ticket? How will that work for the population?
Yeah, I mean, that's an excellent question. I mean, this is exactly the things that we're continuing to explore relative to the business model and how we plan to implement this technology. But, our goal is to implement this technology very much in alignment with current public transit fares, right? I mean, that's really the goal here. And so this is really, you're taking the Uber and Lyft environment and you're putting it into the public transit system, right? And at those fares. And so some of the examples of that would be really looking at, how do we actually, by using this technology, how do we actually increase ridership, increase fare box return, so that way we can reduce subsidies, potential subsidies to public transit, right? And so like Glideways is a perfect example of that. We're actually going through the business model right now. And so that project specifically, given this is a very rural environment in eastern Contra Costa County, we're only seeing 60% in 60% subsidies. Which is way different than our current public transit model. So as you think about this, Rossmore, when we were working with the Rossmore community, demanding it back. Like we completed, they're like, how do we get this back? And right now into Rossmore because they want it so bad. A disabled person was able to call a County Health Services would actually dispatch and schedule the ride for that person. And then we would dispatch the shuttle directly to the spot where they wanted to be picked up. So using all sorts, right? From telephone to just circulator, there's all kinds of ways I think that we can address all the needs in our public transportation system with this technology.
Any other comments? Commissioner Tiffany.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When you made the comment, some people don't know how to turn on a computer. I want you to know I do know how to turn on a computer. Barely. Yeah, right. Are other counties talking to you or looking at taking this kind of step and taking it the next, into other parts of the Bay Area?
Yes, I mean so in the Bay Area you have 9 self-help counties, 9 Bay Area counties, and this is something that we talk about amongst the 9 my peers, the other 8 executive directors in Contra Costa County. And I know that VTA is very much looking and interested in how to deploy these autonomous shuttles. San Francisco County Transportation Authority did a pilot on Treasure Island specifically for autonomous shuttles. And I know currently right now there's other trans operators across the Bay Area that are interested in working with us and learning more about what we're doing. We're also learning and being a model actually for the entire nation. Not to toot my horn real quick, but we actually are part of a coalition called the Automated Connected Electric Shared Mobility Coalition. It's a coalition that CCTA actually support and co-founded with Jacksonville Transit Authority in Florida. And it's a coalition of public transit entities and operators that have the same mission and goals about how to really integrate this technology within the public transit system and public transportation system across the entire country. And so we have members from Texas, from Florida to Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey Port Authority, Nevada. So it's a really big coalition about how we can work with US DOT in our respective states to learn how we can do this together.
Great, thank you. And one thing that I like that you touched on is that it sounds like as you move forward with this technology, there's not going to be a loss of workers. It's the workers are just going to transition into this new technology, which is great to hear. Thank you.
We have Commissioner Guardino joining us with a question or comment.
And thank you, Chair Falcone. And I'm not sure how good the connection is here on the Highway 80. So I will be very brief. First, Tim, thank you for your creativity and innovation. Second, thank you for trying to make this happen, not only in Contra Costa County in the Bay Area, but across our country. That approach is one that I embrace and am excited about. Third, because I think I may be losing my signal sometime soon. If you're going to be at the reception tonight, we can talk in a little bit more depth on this because I'd like to learn more. I've been out to Gomentum for other efforts over the years. I think it's a great approach, and I hope the commission can come there sometime soon. Finally, I think that's great that you have a podcast. I'm hoping you can send me and other interested commissioners a link. But I will say, tongue in cheek, in that wonderful picture of yourself as a cartoon in the podcast riding a bike, my friend, you're not wearing a helmet. Put a helmet on that head.
Fair. I ride my bike to work every day, actually. Yeah, that's a very, very big bike person.
I'm glad you pedal what you preach, but we want to keep keep your brains in place inside your head.
Fair. Thank you, Commissioner Gardino.
Commissioner, please drive safely. Keep your eyes off the screen, sir.
I promise. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We just want you here safely. Thank you for your presentation, Tim. We have Commissioner Grisby with a question.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up. I'm wondering if your contractor provides kind of a turnkey solution for you, or are you having to put a lot of agency inputs into it, and what has that been like if you've had to in terms of resourcing that up?
That's actually an excellent question. There are literally a lot of different models that I think are out there, and we're actually trying to test all those different models. Like, for example, the May Mobility one was very much this public-private partnership where we had to work with County Connection to provide the labor, and then they're providing the technology, and we're working collaboratively to implement and deploy the project. But yes, there are other contractors out there. So, for example, the Rossmore project and the Bishop Ranch project, both those projects were led by a company called Beep. And Beep is essentially a system aggregator, system deployment, and they are a turnkey solution. So you can hire a consultant or a vendor like Beep, and they will come in and provide you a complete turnkey solution depending on what the operational design domain would be for your project. And I think that's what's really key about this stuff is making sure that you're not really focused on the technology, but you're really focused on the use case and how to deploy in the use case in a safe way, and not necessarily get really distracted by the shiny object, right? And so I think like the May Mobility project, for example, that was a really interesting use case because we knew it was going to be on 100% public roads, whereas the other two were kind of a hybrid of private and public. And so with the May Mobility project, we had to have an ADA accessible vehicle. We had to be on public roads and be able to operate on posted speed limits 45 miles an hour or more. And so we had to do a procurement, and May Mobility at the time was the only commercially available technology to meet all those requirements in our procurement. And I can tell you that we validated our technology at Gomentum Station, and so that goes into a little bit of our processes that we do at CCTA. So we do vehicle commissioning, we do route commissioning. So there's a little bit of expertise on CCTA side, just based on everything we've been doing since 2016 in terms of how to deploy these projects in a very safe way on public roads.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. And I'll echo what Commissioner Gardino said. Thank you for your innovation. Much appreciated.
Vice Chair Cruz, did you have a question or comment?
I was just noticing that he had a question.
Gotcha. Okay. Thanks for having my back, sir. Yeah. I had a couple of questions. So first, kind of a practical one, and then second, just interested in data. So you will be gathering a lot of data during this sort of, I guess it's a pilot period. Do you anticipate the user using this more of a door-to-door or door-to-transit? That's the first question, because I see there's going to be multiple users per, let's just say, call it a pod or a vehicle. And then the second is, and I can assume that local governments will be grappling with this question about data sharing and who will be managing the data, who owns the data. If you can address those two items. Thanks.
So yeah, I'll tackle the first question. But yeah, I think in terms of the door-to-door and the point-to-point and all these different use cases, I think that's actually, I think, what makes this really exciting for the technology. Like this, the technology that's going to be available to us within the next 5 years can truly transform the public transportation system to really enhance the user experience, enhance access, and you can use this technology to focus on doing the door-to-door, like paratransit, for example. You know, and I think it's really important to recognize in paratransit, there will always be a safety attendant in that vehicle. And by having a safety attendant in that vehicle, as we continue to rely and trust the technology, that safety attendant can start really focusing more on customer in-vehicle, you know, attendance, right? And customer attendance, to making sure that the customer now in the vehicle is getting what they need, you know, throughout the entire trip from point A to point B. And then there'll be other use cases where you may be able to apply potentially like remote assistance. And I can go on and on about the planning that goes involved, but you could do point to point, you could do from stop to stop. Like the May Mobility project, that was actually a stop to stop project. So you had to, we basically planned the stop as close to all the places where people wanted to go. And so you could go anywhere point to point within any of those stops. You know, so you're bypassing, so you don't have to go from point A to point B to point C, point D, you know, like you would normally on fixed route. We were able to take you from point A to point D, right, within the system, to do it, which now creates it highly efficient, right? So there's a lot of different ways of planning and doing the service within the service area, right? And so, and then there's other things like the Rossmore project, which was a fixed route circulator type of project where the shuttle was operating on a fixed route. It stopped at every single stop, right? Similar to fixed route. So this technology can apply to all sorts of use cases and transform, I think, our public transportation system. And I think with that being said, I think that's, I mean, we've done a lot of public research. We've done a lot of public research through our countywide transportation plan. We've done a lot of data collection, as you mentioned, from the public about these pilot projects and programs. And what people are really looking for is they want a system that caters to all the needs of all the users. And so you're starting to think about how to create a system that has a complete multimodal, right? Not just fixed route, not just like multimodal system. That's where we see Innovate 680 really kind of trailblazing, is we're creating a system that's really catering to all the users, all the needs in that corridor, right? And so you're doing that through autonomous shuttles, through an express bus service, through the shared mobility hub, through bike share. You're bringing that private experience into the public transportation system offered by the public sector, you know, at a very competitive rate, right? And by doing that, you're changing the business model, right, of public transportation. So those are all the things that we're really exploring. And then in terms of your question about data, so data is a challenge, 100% challenge. And so we had to negotiate many agreements based on the intellectual property, the proprietary information of this technology, including data sharing. One of the requirements of our automated driving system grant was to create a data management plan to U.S. specific requirements to collect data and share data. DOT and then that National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. We collected, I can't tell you how many terabytes of data from these three projects. And we have put it all into a dashboard, and we've actually program evaluation to US DOT. And so right now we're actually, one of the things that are really important. So I'll give you an example. Human, right? You had this bus trained at Gomentum Station. They were sitting behind the autonomous vehicle, ready to take over the vehicle if need be. And so the disengagements were higher in the beginning and lower at the end. So what does that tell you? That means there was a human factor involved, that the autonomous vehicle operator was still building trust with technology over the course of the project, right? And so, again, these are the important things we have to consider. Working with labor, working with ATU, are these really important human factors, you know, and how to train and how to incorporate that into our materials, and how do we actually get that transition of the workforce. The other thing that's also really important is, I can't tell you enough that it's so important. We had such a great experience with ATU and the bus drivers on this, because just by nature, when people are in their paratransit vehicles, right, the user creates a relationship with their bus driver, right? And the bus driver knows the route. They know the community. They know everyone in the community. And that is so valuable, right? So valuable when you're doing this autonomous technology. And so as we're deploying the technology, just having that bus driver as the autonomous vehicle, you're already building trust with the public. Like, oh, wow, my bus driver's here. This is great. You know, I'm bridging that gap, right? And now I'm even more comfortable to use this technology because of my bus drivers there, right? And so there's just these really interesting human factors that are really important that we have to consider when we're actually deploying these technologies, right? And having the bus driver there, knowing the route, knowing the community, and actually telling them that this is fun, this is safe, you know. And we surveyed all these bus drivers afterwards, and they had a great positive experience, you know, using this technology. And so it was really fun to see that happen. But I'm happy to share more data. You know, we have a tremendous amount of data in terms of disengagement, why the vehicle disengaged, what happened, was it a shadow, was it because the autonomous vehicle operator disengaged? But we have vehicle to object data. I mean, we have a ton of data that we're analyzing right now to really, and US DOT and NHTSA are really interested in this data because they want to create a safety case framework for the entire nation. And that was the whole purpose of this automated driving system program that US DOT funded, was to really pull that data into creating a national framework. So I can geek out on this for a lot. So I'm very passionate about it, very excited about it. So I apologize for the long-winded answer.
No, thank you. Thank you for the great presentation. And I suspect that you will have sister agencies that are interested in what you're doing. And so keep us posted. I know you have a date with Commissioner Guardino later on this evening, and so stick around.
Absolutely. Thank you. And again, I invite you all out to Contra Costa and Gomentum Station. Please, I'm happy to host you all. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, moving along. So we have item 18. So we got the big ticket item today, draft 2026 Senate Bill 1 program guidelines, starting with Mr. Yazgat.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioners, I'll present tab 18 as an information item to update you on our ongoing 2026 Senate Bill 1 program guidelines development process and some proposed cross-program changes. You'll also hear from program managers on updates to the Solutions for Congested Corridors program on tab 19, updates to the Trade Corridor Enhancement program on tab 21, and updates to the Local Partnership Competitive and Formula programs under tabs 22 and 23, respectively. But I will say I have a lot to talk about during this item, so please strap in. Program guidelines establish the policy standards and procedures for the development, adoption, and management of its programs. In each funding cycle, Commission staff amend existing guidelines over the course of several months, while conducting multiple public engagement workshops and incorporating stakeholder feedback along the way. Guidelines updates have been under development for over 7 months now, and they will continue to be under development until commissioners adopt them at the upcoming August Commission meeting. The 2026 SB1 programs represent the 5th cycle of the competitive SB1 programs. Commission staff initiated the formal guidelines development process for this cycle with a kickoff workshop back on November 20th, 2025. And since that workshop, the team has held 9 additional workshops to cover updates in the competitive programs. And we've also presented on our guidelines development process to the Interagency Equity Advisory Committee, as well as working with committee members directly. We develop our program guidelines in close collaboration with our transportation partners during these workshops as part of a transparent public guidelines development process. However, we're also willing to accept comments or suggestions outside of the workshop process with the intention of bringing those changes back to a workshop setting for discussion. You'll hear more on specific updates to the individual programs in the following presentations, but during this item, I want to highlight 3 significant themes of changes that will be applied consistently across the competitive SB1 programs this cycle. The first area is how the programs treat workforce development and job quality. This initiative was led by Naveen Habib this cycle on behalf of the entire SB1 team. Workforce development has been part of these guidelines, programs and guidelines from cycle 1, but it was addressed through narrative discussion and optional reporting that we considered a light touch baseline. In consultation with commissioners, members of the Interagency Equity Advisory Committee, the California Workforce Development Board, as well as other state and regional workforce partners, we've developed a more structured but still flexible approach that we believe better reflects the economic opportunity that SB1 investments have already created. The proposed changes restructure the economic development and job creation and retention evaluation criteria variants in the SB1 competitive program guide to clear two-part framework, and they were discussed during a public workshop back in March. The first part addresses construction phase workforce development and outreach. The second part addresses post-construction job outcomes, opportunities, and community impacts. The language allows for early stage estimates and references to comparable projects previously delivered by these agencies, because we understand that detailed workforce data is often not available at the project nomination stage. The new language also allows for a demonstration of existing practice, including coordination with regional and local workforce development boards, community colleges, community-based organizations, and apprenticeship and pre-apprenticeship programs. Ultimately, these changes enable applicants to build upon the workforce assets and strategies already in place within their regions, and they provide a starting point for regions who are just starting to develop these practices. The second major theme is community engagement and equitable outcomes within the SB1 programs. This initiative was led by Beverly Newman Burkhart this cycle on behalf of the SB1 team. Community engagement is a major factor in project selection, in the project selection process, and plays a very key role in how projects are evaluated and prioritized in the SB1 programs. Projects must demonstrate meaningful and effective public participation in their decision-making processes, especially from communities that are disadvantaged or historically impacted and marginalized. Back in cycle 3, staff developed the SB1 program's Transportation Equity Supplement, which provides indicators and examples to help agencies address the community engagement evaluation criteria and advance more equitable projects. To update the community engagement evaluation criteria and the equity start all over. 3 subject matter experts from the EAC signed up to provide in-depth overview of, signed up so that they could individually review and provide in-depth input on our community engagement evaluation criteria, the supplement, the workforce development evaluation criteria that I just mentioned, and the proposed CAPTI policies that I'll cover shortly. In addition, staff presented and led a discussion with the EAC's Community Engagement Policies and Practices Subcommittee back on April 20th. Several key themes emerged from our engagement with the EAC subject matter experts, as well as subcommittee members, and staff incorporated several revisions in response, including new guidance in the supplement related to inclusive engagement practices, including community-relevant meeting locations and times, supportive accommodations, and accessible formats for individuals with disabilities, as well as non-English speakers. New language in the supplement related to building community trust, including through consistent follow-up and transparency, culturally competent communication, and the acknowledgement of past harms that contribute to community distrust. A new application question asking applicants to identify the phases during which community members were engaged. Additional displacement definitions within the supplement, and a new application question on how applicants assessed unintended project consequences, including displacement, and a new tribal engagement resources section within the equity supplement. In collaborating with the Equity Advisory Committee and statewide advocates, we did hold a public workshop on April 15th to gather input from all of our project partners, program partners, and other interested parties. Overall, revisions to this language, revisions strengthen existing language and resources with an emphasis on elevating community voices meeting the needs of seniors and individuals with disabilities, and effective engagement with our tribal governments and tribal community partners. In terms of next steps, I just want to highlight that we do plan to debrief with the Equity Advisory Committee subject matter experts to get feedback on the process improvements that we can make for next cycle. We will also update them on how their input was included in the guidelines after commissioners approve guidelines in August. We're also planning to debrief with the full EAC and then provide them a full overview on how input was incorporated during their December EAC meeting. The final major area that I want to cover was aligning our program guidelines with the second iteration of the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure, otherwise known as CAPTI 2.0. Commissioners adopted G 2531 back in March 2025 with the direction to staff to integrate into 2.0 strategies into program guidelines. 3 strategies applied here. For the trade corridor, so that goods movement projects that mitigate their passenger vehicle miles traveled impacts are in the air quality and community criteria. For the Solutions for Congested Corridors program, we incorporated strategy 2.4, which is continuing current practice to target a vehicle miles traveled neutral suite of investments. And across all of the programs under strategy 3.1, which is reflected in our community engagement updates, we added new questions on environmental justice impacts and community benefits. I do want to mention that there are 2 cross-program items that are still in development, and we're standalone virtual public workshops on July 15th so that stakeholders have an opportunity to weigh in before language is finalized. The first item that we'll discuss is delivery methods. We're proposing updates to our delivery methods provisions across the SB1 programs so that we can correct outdated information and expand procedures for alternate project delivery methods such as progressive design build. The second area is within efficient land use and housing. We're proposing clarifying updates developed in collaboration with our partners at the California Department of Housing and Community Development, which will appear in the Local Partnership Competitive Program and the Solutions for Congested Corridors Program guidelines. Registration information for both workshops is currently posted on the Commission's website and was emailed through the Commission's distribution list earlier this week. Following these July workshops, the Commission will consider adopting the 2026 SB1 program guidelines at its August Commission meeting, which will also initiate a call for projects for the competitive programs with applications due in November. We would like to thank the EAC members who contributed their input and expertise to help us continue advancing more equitable projects. Specifically, we would like to thank Andres Ramirez, Howard Wong, and Peggy Martinez, who participated as subject matter experts, as I mentioned, as well as engagement policies and practices subcommittee members. From the Commission's planning team, we would like to sincerely thank Sasha Linker and Sequoia Rasmus for supporting our engagement with the Equity Advisory Committee, as well as Bridget Driller, the Commission's tribal liaison, for providing input on tribal engagement resources. I also want to thank our transportation partners, including regional transportation planning agencies, metropolitan planning organizations, local governments, non-governmental organizations, advocates, partners have remained engaged in our processes over the course of 5 SB1 cycles now, and I believe our current guidelines reflect this engagement and the feedback that we continue to receive. Finally, I have to and sincerely want to thank my SB1 programming team, specifically program managers Naveen Habib, Beverly Newman Burkhard, Lashar Ward, and Kaylee Giese. The past 7 months have been very busy and quite challenging at times. My team continues to show me patience and commitment to our work, and I continue to admire not only their hard work, but also their professionalism. The continued success of the SB1 programs are truly a testament to the program managers on this team. That will conclude my remarks. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have on anything I said. Otherwise, I know our program managers would be happy as well.
Thank you, Matthew. And thanks for all your work and the work of your team. Any public comment, Justin?
Yes, we do have one virtual attendee with their hand raised at this time. I'd like to call on Leslie Beatty.
Oh, sorry. I think I raised my hand for the wrong item. I'm sorry.
And that concludes our request to comment on this item.
Okay. We do have two speakers in the room. First, we have Kenneth Cow, and then followed by Sarkis Kachek. Hey, Kenny.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Kenneth Cow with the Metropolitan Transportation Commission. I just wanted to take the time to thank Commission staff for all the work that they've done to this point. I really wanted to recognize that I had sent Matthew an email, I think, right after the last workshop to be like, oh, I have one additional thing that I'd like you to consider. And it's really just a cleanup, a clarification as to when cost savings are recognized. And they were able to look at that and make that recommendation. So I'm really appreciative of that. And I'm also really appreciative of the time that your staff has taken to hold office hours with all of our local jurisdictions who are requesting them. So I look forward to supporting these in August. Thank you.
Thanks, Kenneth. Marcus.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. Sarkis Kachek with the Santa Barbara County Association of Governments. First of all, we're thankful for the SB1 team for all the work, including the transparency and collaboration with the guidelines. We are very thankful for Senate Bill 1 and all the opportunities that it provides for regional agencies in California. So we are here today to express our support for the guidelines. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarkis. Any questions, comments from the dais? Yes, Commissioner Eager.
Thank you. Thank you, Matthew, and your entire team for all of the great work that you've all done. And I know it's not finished yet, so we're just going to keep pushing you on until you get to the finish line. But we want you to know how much we appreciate all the work up until now. I can't stress enough for those of you who still have comments or questions or things that you want the staff to know, please participate in the workshops. I know there's 2 in July, correct? But as Kenneth just said, he also sent a note saying, hey, I forgot this, this is part of my suggestions, and the staff heard him. So, we hear sometimes, gosh, I have all these wonderful ideas that I would love, to have in these guidelines. Our response is, let them know, show up, go online, make sure that you're part of this process, because it does take all of us to be able to make that product at the end. And this is a wonderful staff, and they take everything in and really analyze whether it's legal and whether or not we can do that. And it's that in the best interest of the state. So I just encourage you all, and thank you, Kenneth, for proving that I'm right about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Great comments, Commissioner Eager. Anyone else from the dais? Okay. Just really quick, you've done 5 cycles now, and one would think this is an autopilot process, and it is not. If you've heard all of the things that came under Matthew's menu of things that he and the team have been addressing these past few months, it seems like more and more there's revisions and refinements, and really strengthens the program. And I know there's more to come, but just wanted to uplift you and the team in all the work that you're doing, and continuing to incorporate to the best of your abilities and within the parameters of the program, comments and feedback from all of our stakeholders. So thank you. There's nothing else. Okay, let's move forward. Tab 19 are the draft 2026 Solutions for Congested Corridors Program Guidelines presentation. Ms. Habib.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I am Naveen Habib, and I will present tab 19, which is the draft 2026 Solutions for Congested Corridors Program Guidelines as an information item. As a reminder, anytime I say we or us, I am referring to Commission staff. The Solutions for Congested Corridors program funds multimodal projects that relieve congestion in the state's most congested corridors. The 2026 guidelines represent the fifth cycle of this competitive program and will provide 2 years of funding in fiscal years 2027-28 and 2028-29 for a total of $524,555,000. This capacity accounts for the 2024 program being overprogrammed by $1,970,000, which is offset by $26,421,000 in cost savings being returned to the program. The Commission's program guidelines establish policy, standards, and procedures for the development, adoption, and management of its programs. Program guidelines also address statutory requirements, incorporate stakeholder input, and include Commission procedures for programming and project delivery. Staff developed these draft guidelines through an open public process and in consultation with the Interagency Equity Advisory Committee, California Department of Transportation, affectionately known as Caltrans, the California Air Resources Board, the California Department of Housing and Community Development, the California Workforce Development Board, regional transportation planning agencies, local agencies, advocates, and other stakeholders. Following a kickoff workshop on November 20th, 2025, we held 4 additional workshops through May 2026. 2 were program specific and 2 were standalone sessions on workforce development and on advancing equity and community engagement across the Senate Bill 1 programs. We also hosted 30 virtual office hour sessions from February to May 2026 to provide technical assistance on project nominations. All workshop materials and recordings are posted on the Commission's website. The draft guidelines focus on clarifying changes that reinforce existing program policies and priorities. Collectively, the proposed changes support the Commission's strategic plan goals to elevate community voices, ensure a healthy environment for all, move people and goods efficiently, prioritize safety, and to partner for success. As Matthew noted, the substantive changes apply across the programs. In brief, we updated the Community Engagement Evaluation Criterion and the Senate Bill 1 program's Transportation Equity Supplement to clarify response requirements and strengthen applicant guidance. And we restructured the Economic Development and Job Creation and Retention Criterion into a clearer 2-part workforce framework. We also amended the application submittal requirements so that project nominations are submitted as remediated PDFs compliant with the Americans with Disabilities Act, and we added supporting resources to assist applicants. And finally, consistent with Commission Resolution G2531, we incorporated the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure, or CAPTI 2.0, Strategy 2.4 into the draft guidelines to state that the program will target a vehicle miles traveled neutral suite of investments by continuing the existing practice of prioritizing projects that reduce vehicle miles traveled. Those are the substantive changes in the draft. The next steps move the guidelines toward adoption with continued opportunity for public input along the way. Again, as Matthew mentioned, registration information for the 2 upcoming July 15th workshops is posted on the Commission's website and was emailed to stakeholders on the Commission's distribution list. Pursuant to Senate Bill 1, the Commission must provide the proposed guidelines to the Joint Legislative Budget Committee and the Transportation Policy Committees in the Senate and Assembly at least 30 days before adoption. We will submit these draft guidelines to the legislature by July 10th. The Commission will also hold 2 public hearings for additional comment, one for Northern California on August 3rd and one for Southern California at the August Commission meeting on August 20th, when the Commission will consider adopting the guidelines. Registration information about the Northern hearing will soon be available on the Commission's website. This presentation is the result of 7 months of workshops, work groups, office hours, debriefs, and a few more meetings than my calendar would like to admit, where Commission staff collaborated with stakeholders to prepare these draft guidelines responsibly. Major kudos to all Commission staff, especially the Senate Bill 1 programs team for their support. to Laura Pennybaker and Bridget Driller on the planning team, John Prey on the engineering team, and our executive team. Thank you for sharing your expertise and your patience in equal measure. Our deepest gratitude to our commissioners, members of the Interagency Equity Advisory Committee, and our partners at Caltrans, the California Department of Housing and Community Development, and the California Workforce Development Board for their continued collaboration throughout this process. And to every stakeholder who joined a workshop or an office hour to share feedback, thank you. Together, we moved this program forward. And before I move on to my final remarks, I just wanted to say thank you to our fearless leader, Deputy Director Matthew Yascott, sitting just here to my left. I think anything we could say would not be enough in appreciation of what an incredible leader and manager Matthew is. He is properly embarrassed right now and will keep doing it all the way down the line. So I'll just leave it at that and say a huge thank you for him being the awesome, awesome human being he is. Lastly, this also marks 5 years for me with the Commission, managing the Solutions for Congested Corridors program, and what a ride it has been. We have come a long way together, and I'm grateful for every mile in this managed lane. This concludes my remarks. Thank you.
You do not disappoint. Naveen. And you did get your boss to smile, so thank you. Any public comment, Justin?
No, there was no request to comment on the item.
Okay, no one from the room? Anybody from the dais? Questions, comments? All right, you got a good job from Commissioner Eager. We did not capture that on the mic, but that's okay. Okay, we will move forward and we look forward to August for the adoption of SCCP. All right, next item is item 20 that will lead to item 21, draft 2026 Trade Corridor Enhancement Program Fund Estimate. Justin.
Thank you, Commissioners. Tab 20 is an informational item. Garrett Franklin from Caltrans Budgets will present the draft 2026 Trade Corridor Enhancement Program Fund Estimate.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Garrett Franklin, Caltrans Budgets. I'll be presenting the draft 2026 Trade Corridor Enhancement Program Fund Estimate. Thanks, Justin. Next slide, please. So development of the fund estimate incorporates two main resources. One is on the state side, and that's 50% established via Senate Bill 1. Those projections are via the Department. On the federal side, it's the National Highway Freight Program based on the levels from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. And in addition to that, adjustments account for project cost savings and changes that occur from prior program cycles. Next slide, please. So this table here displays the draft amount of resources available for this upcoming cycle programming, which is a 2-year period beginning in fiscal year 2027-28. In total, the program resources available are just over $1.2 billion and are made up of the elements that I mentioned in the previous slide. Next slide, please. So as is the case with fund estimate cycles, we've worked closely with Commission staff and will continue to do so in the lead up to the August Commission meeting. At that point in time, we would present the proposed 2026 fund estimate for adoption and provide any potential updates that come about based on the enacted budget. And similar to this meeting, the intent would be for that to coincide with the program cycle guidelines. Next slide, please. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Garrett. Any public comments?
No, there was no request to comment on the item.
All right, any questions or comments from the dais? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The next tab is Draft 2026 Trade Corridor Enhancement Program Guidelines Presentation. Ms. Newman-Burkhardt.
Thanks, Chair Falcon. Commissioners, tab 21 is an information item to present the draft 2026 Trade Corridor Enhancement Program Guidelines. The Trade Corridor Enhancement Program is a competitive program that funds public freight infrastructure improvements on federally designated trade corridors of national and regional significance on California's portion of the National Highway Freight Network and along other corridors that have a high volume of freight movement, including priority corridors identified in the Commission's Senate Bill 671 Clean Freight Corridor Efficiency Assessment. The draft guidelines describe the statutory requirements, policy standards, and procedures for the development, adoption, and management of the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program. Program guidelines govern program development and implementation, including the process by which we select projects for funding, the criteria on which projects are evaluated, and the policies that successful projects must comply with after funds are awarded. The 2026 Trade Corridor Enhancement Program is the fifth cycle of the program and will provide 2 years of funding in fiscal years 27-28 and 28-29 for an estimated total of $1,228 million based on the draft fund estimate presented under tab 20. Commission staff commenced the guidelines development process in November 2025 and hosted 6 public workshops over 7 months. The workshop covered various topics, including, but not limited to, the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure Policy Implementation, equity and community engagement, workforce development, zero-emission freight infrastructure, advanced programming, and various clarifying edits. The workshops were well attended and included participation from local agencies, regional transportation planning agencies, metropolitan planning organizations, state agencies, freight industry representatives, private sector developers of zero-emission freight infrastructure, interagency equity advisory committee members, statewide advocacy organizations, community-based organizations, and other interested parties. All 6 workshops were held virtually, were open to the public, and workshop recordings and copies of the presentations were posted on the Commission website for viewing afterward. Staff considered all feedback received during workshops and through emails, letters, and individual meetings, and incorporated it where feasible and statutorily appropriate. During the guidelines development process, staff also held 33 office hour sessions during which we met with potential applicants to provide technical assistance on project nominations. In addition to the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure, equity and community engagement, and workforce development updates described by Matthew under tab 18, the guidelines development process resulted in various policy and language changes. These changes are shown in bold red text in attachment A, and I'd like to highlight a few of the key changes now. A major focus of the guidelines revisions was advancing zero-emission freight infrastructure. Specifically, staff updated the guidelines to help zero-emission freight infrastructure applicants better communicate project benefits and demonstrate project readiness. As part of this effort, staff added several new zero-emission freight infrastructure evaluation criteria to better assess project benefits, readiness, and deliverability. For example, the guidelines include new questions related to technical specifications for battery electric charging and hydrogen fueling station projects, additional questions related to site features, including amenities available to drivers, project readiness, including project site control status, and project team experience to assess the applicant's ability to deliver a publicly funded zero-emission freight infrastructure project. Additionally, in collaboration with a new infrastructure resources appendix, which includes examples of eligible project types and links to fact sheets on fully funded zero-emission freight projects, example zero-emission freight performance measure methodologies and narrative topics, and links to resources on zero-emission freight project planning, permitting, and implementation. At the request of regional partners, staff also updated the guidelines to ensure zero-emission infrastructure applicants are aware of the streamlined permitting process and alternative delivery methods. The other key focus this cycle was amending our policy related to advanced programming requests. The Trade Corridor Enhancement Program guidelines, if an applicant has the opportunity to use state Trade Corridor Enhancement Program funding to secure federal funds, the Commission may choose to award program funds to the project in advance of the regular programming process. The draft guidelines were updated to place limits on the federal obligation deadline for projects requesting advanced programming. Specifically, if a project has already secured federal discretionary funding, the applicant must demonstrate that the federal funding obligation deadline falls on or before September 30th of the first fiscal year of programming for the upcoming Trade Corridor Enhancement Program cycle. This language was added to ensure that advanced programming is reserved for projects facing an immediate federal obligation deadline. Staff integrated several clarifying edits as well, none of which represent a change to existing Commission policy. The draft guidelines continue to advance policies that enhance freight mobility and California's economic competitiveness while supporting this transition to zero-emission goods movement and reducing freight-related impacts on communities and environment. The draft guidelines also support several of the Commission's strategic plan goals. Specifically, the guidelines aim to elevate good voices through updates to the community engagement evaluation criteria, the equity supplement, and these updates focus on inclusive engagement practices, meaningful collaboration, and building trust with affected communities. The guidelines also aim to advance progress towards a healthy environment for all by continuing to prioritize and support zero-emission freight infrastructure. The guidelines aim to move people and goods efficiently by continuing to support projects that improve freight mobility, address critical freight priorities, and mitigate the impacts of goods movement on surrounding communities. The guidelines also aim to enhance safety by continuing to prioritize safety for all users, including industry workers and people walking and biking near freight corridors. Finally, the guidelines advance our goal to partner for success by integrating the input and expertise of the many local, regional, and state agencies, community-based organizations, advocacy groups, equity advisory committee members, and freight industry partners that participated in the guidelines development process. Before I conclude, I would like to thank the entire Senate Bill 1 team for their support and collaboration during the guidelines development process. I'm especially grateful for TSEP's research data specialist, Kenneth Lopez, who has supported every step of guidelines development while leading several other program activities. From the Commission's planning team, I'd like to thank Lala Taijo for supporting various guidelines updates with her freight planning expertise. I would also like to thank Tanisha Taylor and Paul Golozewski for their guidance, expertise, and trust. And finally, thank you to Matthew Yazgat. Once again, I couldn't ask for a more supportive, thoughtful, caring, and kind person to support me through this process. This concludes my presentation of the draft 2026 Trade Corridor Enhancement Program guidelines, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Beverly. Any public comment?
Yes, we do have some virtual attendees with their hand raised at this time. I'd like to first call on Marissa Brown.
Yes, hello, folks. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. My name is Marissa Brown, and I'm based in Oakland, representing the Greenlining Institute. Thank you so much to staff for your hard work on these guidelines, and thank you to my fellow advocates who continue to show up to push for a healthier California in the guidelines process. We appreciate the Commission's efforts in the guidelines to strengthen the program's alignment with California's climate, equity, and goods movement goals, including the addition of CAPTI 2.0 language, the new ZEV appendix, tribal coordination language and resources, and expanded workforce development and community engagement provisions. We urge that the CTC keep these additions and adopt TCEP guidelines that prioritize deep community engagement and electrification of California's trade corridors. We additionally ask for increased transparency and consistency for TCEP projects. We like to see this in the guidelines through language to clarify how CSIS scores are being incorporated in the TCEP decision-making process, language to require project developers to explain how their project is helping meet regional greenhouse gas targets under the Regional Transportation Plan / Sustainable Community Strategies, language requiring projects to submit a project performance analysis once every 5 years after construction to ensure that the projects are achieving the goals stated in the application. And lastly, a requirement to report the number of potential displacements and the costs of right-of-way acquisition and relocation in the application and in the baseline agreements. Together, these improvements will help ensure TCEP investments deliver cleaner air, more efficient freight movement, greater transparency, and lasting benefits for California communities. Thank you.
Thanks, Marissa. Any more, Tristan?
Yes, we have four more hands raised at this time. Up next, I'd like to call on Sophia Rafakova.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sophia Avrakova with the Coalition for Clean Air. I wanted to first deeply thank the CTC staff for working closely with us throughout this year to go over and incorporate many of our recommendations that we submitted. We strongly appreciate the addition of the new ZEV appendix with best practices information, a robust workforce development section urging applicants to provide additional info on jobs types and quality, and a stronger equity section encouraging applicants to report on targeted community outreach and collaboration with community partners. All these new additions will help collect more data on how TCEP projects are supporting our economy and working closely to address concerns from local underserved communities, as well as encourage more ZEV infrastructure projects to apply to this program to help build over 100,000 heavy-duty chargers that are necessary to support our ever-growing zero-emission fleets. We would also like to see stronger language in the guidelines to improve project accountability and ensure that TCEP programs remains in alignment with other agency efforts across the state. For example, as mentioned by the previous speaker, we'd like to see additional language on how projects are helping meet regional GHG targets under the RTPSCS. Currently, projects are simply required to check a box to confirm they are in the RTPSCS, but having additional information would help commissioners and the public understand how TCEP projects are advancing regional goals. We would also like to see a requirement that projects submit a project performance analysis once every 5 years after construction to ensure projects are achieving the goals outlined in their application. Currently, these reports can be requested on an as-needed basis, but having consistent reporting that is then presented as CTC hearings would help showcase the benefits these projects are bringing to the state, to the commissioners, and the public. And finally, we'd like to see stronger collaboration between CTC and Caltrans in ensuring that projects are relying on a single travel demand model to submit applications, and that Caltrans has access to accurate project information to help calculate Caltrans' system investment strategy scores. We hope to continue working with your staff, and thank you for your consideration.
Up next, we have Leslie Beatty.
Hi, my name is Leslie Beatty, and I'm representing Climate Plan, which is a statewide network of policy, community, and environmental justice groups. We are working to align California's transportation spending with safe access, affordability, and health goals. I'm commenting to uplift the comments of my colleagues for Coalition for Clean Air and the Green Lining Institute. I also echo their thanks to the CTC staff for engaging with advocates on these guidelines. We really appreciate the engagement and the consideration of our input to these important guidelines. And we believe that we share some common goals with respect to CSEP. We ask that the CTC to adopt TCEP guidelines that give top priority to projects that electrify California's fleets and mitigate driving increases over projects that are merely highway expansion. Much of the current TCEP funding goes to support projects that widen highways, pushing more diesel trucks onto our trade corridors. These trucks spew air pollution, contributing over half of the particulate matter that sickens and kills Californians, particularly in communities right next to these roadways. This is an inequity that's worth the best efforts of Caltrans and the CTC to address through its funding decisions. A healthy economy doesn't have to come at the expense of the health and life of Californians who live along our trade corridors. Thank you for your consideration of the prioritization, community engagement, and transparency requests that my colleagues have raised. Thank you.
Next, we have Michael Swire.
Yeah, hi. My name is Mike Squire. Thank you for listening, and thank you to staff and the commission for your hard work for California. I represent several hundred members in San Mateo County who are frustrated with how we're spending our tax dollars increasingly on highway expansions instead of on clean and efficient transportation. Thus, I'm urging the CTC to adopt TCEP guidelines that prioritize the electrification of our trade corridors over these additional highway widenings. It seems that too much of this TCEP funding currently goes to support projects that widen highways, and this just pushes more diesel trucks onto our core trade corridors. This increases air pollution, childhood asthma, particulate matter, especially in low-income, diverse communities that live adjacent to the highway. We do not need this for a healthy economy, and thus we encourage the CTC to give top priority to projects that electrify our fleets, and that we stop spending money on these fruitless highway expansions that do not reduce congestion. We also ask the CTC to take steps to increase the consistency, transparency, and accountability of these projects. Consider that the CSIS scores in the TCEP decision-making process, requiring project applicants to use consistent measures for induced vehicle travel, and requiring project sponsors to report out on the true outcomes of their project once completed to ensure the projects achieve the goals that were stated in their original applications. Thanks so much for listening.
Next, we have Hannah Krieger.
Hi, folks. My name is Hannah Krieger, and I represent the Greenlining Institute, a racial equity organization serving California's low-income communities of color. We very much appreciate the time CTC staff have spent updating the TCEP guidelines and incorporating our recommendations. I am here urging the CTC to adopt TCEP guidelines that prioritize electrification of trade corridors and to take seriously the displacement crisis these highway expansion projects are creating. State data shows that over 850 homes and businesses were demolished to expand highways between 2018 and 2024. Greenlining has mapped these displacements on our Homes Before Highways website, overlaid with legislative districts, and we've shared those findings with legislators. But that data only captures completed projects. So Greenlining wanted to understand which programs are funding approved projects that will displace communities in the near future. And what we found should concern every Californian navigating the housing crisis. Over $350 million in TCEP funding is going towards highway expansion projects that will result in displacing California residents. At least $57 million of that is allocated specifically towards right-of-way costs, home acquisition, and demolition. In the middle of a housing crisis, we cannot keep using taxpayer dollars to tear down homes to widen highways. TCEP is just the first program we've examined, and we plan to look into others. We encourage the Commission to take action on this issue and to support the development of the Caltrans Director's policy to reduce housing displacement. We urge the CTC to prioritize projects that electrify California's fleets, avoid displacing residents, and require project sponsors to report true outcomes to Californians. Thank you for your time.
And that concludes our request to comment on the item.
Thank you, Justin. We do have a couple of speakers in the room. First, want to call up Ethan Nichols.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for taking this time to hear from your constituents. I am a University of California at Davis graduate student, and I've spent the past several months researching TCEP funding allocations to highway expansion projects. It is crucial that highway expansion projects do not undercut California's climate, housing, and equity goals. Yet the reality is that the state's own data shows that highway expansion projects are directly contributing to the displacement of homes and businesses, exacerbating the housing crisis. In my research, I analyzed all 56 TCEP baseline agreement documents, identifying every project resulting in housing displacement. In this analysis, I found that $358 million of TCEP funding went towards highway expansion projects, resulting in the direct displacement of California residents. Of these projects, at least $57 million is specifically allocated towards right-of-way, including home acquisition and demolition. This information was challenging to acquire as there are several inconsistencies between baseline agreement documents, especially in regard to availability and depth of right-of-way information. Other information, such as destination of TSEP funding, was often unavailable, and the formatting of the documents themselves, such as several sections of agreement documents being scanned in rather than searchable PDFs, compromised accessibility. In several instances, entire sections or appendices were missing. These results point to two logical conclusions for you to consider when adopting new TSEP funding guidelines. First, I urge the Commission to consider these discrepancies in transparency within baseline agreement documents, measures such as standardized fact sheets and right-of-way documents to ensure accessibility. Second, the Commission should scrutinize and limit highway expansion projects that are exacerbating the housing crisis and support the development of Caltrans Director's policy to reduce housing displacements. Thank you for your time and consideration. Your decisions based on today's input have direct impacts on the livelihoods of Californians. Thank you.
Thank you, Ethan. Next up is Jeannie Wardwaller.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jeannie Wardwaller. I'm representing Climate Plan and the Green Lining Institute, who you've already heard from. So I'm just going to echo and add on to what was already shared by my colleagues. I also want to thank Matthew and his team. They've been really diligent in working with us, and so we appreciate all that time and effort that they put into the draft guidelines. We appreciate all the updates to the guidelines, so I want to say that first for both the Solutions for Congested Corridors and TSIP program. Particularly, we want to strongly support the CAPDI actions in both programs. On TSIP, we urge the CTC to go even farther in prioritizing freight electrification. That is a really important aspect of this program, the ability to clean up the air, particularly in communities that are most burdened by diesel pollution. And as you've heard, we would urge you to avoid funding highway expansions that are increasing pollution and congestion in those communities. We also really appreciate the new language in the guidelines around anti-displacement measures and avoiding that, avoiding displacement of housing. As Hannah and Ethan already shared, Green Lining has been looking really closely at this issue ever since the SB 695 report was first released by Caltrans, showing hundreds of displacements from past completed projects. We're digging in pretty deeply and looking at projects that have been funded in the past. And we looked at TSIP, all the projects that have been funded through TSIP so far. Ethan did an amazing job. The displacement number wasn't high, but the amount of money that goes towards displacement is significant at a time where, as you just said, you have ATP oversubscribed by 6 times. And relatedly, we understand that Caltrans is developing a policy to avoid and limit future direct displacements. We're really excited about that. We intend to engage in it, and we hope the Commission will as well. We hope that gets adopted and finalized before the end of this administration. So we'll be watching out for that closely. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Jose Luis Caceres.
That one. Oh. Hello, Jose Luis Caceres. I am the Director of Programming and Project Delivery for the Stanislaus Council of Governments. Of course, we are in favor of the adoption of these guidelines, but there were a couple comments that made. I wanted to respond to them. First, homelessness is in the news a lot. And one of the things that I think is important is when we talk about homelessness, realizing that there's multiple kinds of individuals who are experiencing homelessness. When we talk about highway expansion, similarly, as we're delivering projects, we're seeing there's lots of different types of projects that can be done that could be labeled highway expansion, but I would say would be mislabeling highway expansion. In our region, we're building a stretch of highway that's been on the maps for forever, and we're taking it off of a local road that should not be a highway. And I'm concerned that someone could consider that highway expansion. And it's important that we be careful when we use big, broad terms. Similarly, we talk about displacement. Yes, we're buying right away along the strip for this kind of realigned highway, but we're buying it in strips and pieces and bits and parts. Not every right-of-way purchase results in someone having to find a new place. But when it does, we have the money, we provide the funding for them to get their new home, not in the path of this highway. So just a couple things I wanted to bring to the CTC and staff's attention. Sometimes we use these broad terms and we count all the right-of-way costs being expended. And sometimes we are overcounting and not taking into account the individual situations of these projects and these property owners. Thank you.
All right, any other comments, Justin, online?
Did not see any additional requests to comment come in. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions or comments from the dais? Yes, Commissioner Mann.
Well, I guess to echo everyone else, thank you to Matthew and your team for all of the incredible work that's been done. It sounds as if there's been really extensive conversations and workshops and other efforts around this engagement with the Equity Advisory Committee, and just thank you for all of that. I have a couple of follow-up questions based on what I'm seeing right now in the guidelines. My first question in terms of community engagement, which it's helpful to see, the way in which you're thinking about community engagement and how that would further follow. But my first question in terms of community engagement is, as you think about community engagement, like what ends up being robust community engagement or community engagement that qualifies as community engagement under these guidelines? And I know you're talking about specific types of groups and individuals that would be engaged. In the work that I've done over the years, I've seen really great community engagement and I've seen checkbox engagement. And the checkbox community engagement often doesn't provide enough time for the community to engage. It doesn't provide enough forums for them to engage. And so when you're thinking about community engagement, practically, like what does that mean? What are you looking for?
Thank you. Thanks for the question, Commissioner. Okay, so first I'll just say that community engagement became an evaluated criteria in TSEP in cycle 3. So it's relatively new in TSEP. And the engagement that we've seen in applications has really improved through the cycle. So what we saw last cycle was a huge improvement on what we saw the cycle before that. And it's also a huge emphasis of what staff has been talking to applicants with during our office hours and during our debriefs on applications from last cycle, both successful and unsuccessful. We got a lot of great comments from our Equity Advisory Committee evaluators who evaluated the community engagement last cycle. So in terms of what we think of as robust engagement, I think it could look different for every project, but our equity supplement really gets to kind of what we're looking at. We're looking for engagement that's specific to the project, and we're also looking for engagement that is really not just informing, but it's really shaped, the project is being shaped by the community. So taking whatever feedback the community is giving the agency and incorporating that into the project. And we've seen that with a lot of TSEP projects last cycle where the agencies integrated some sort of mitigation measure as part of the project to kind of reduce the impacts of freight. So maybe there's people walking and biking along a major freight route. And so the agency integrated something like a class 1 path or a new protected bikeway or sidewalk. So I just lost my train of thought. So we're looking for engagement where it's really interactive. And in our equity supplement, we have a lot of examples of what that can look like. So kind of meeting the community where they are through different types of meetings. So not just, having a city council meeting presentation, but really holding a workshop at a local school that's really familiar to the community, where it's somewhere where they already gather, or going to things like farmers markets, or just local events and having conversations with the community. And also doing things that are a little bit more interactive. So some of the suggestions that we have in the guidelines, it's just like making it a little bit more where, like, you know, they're asking the communities questions, and the communities can provide input based on those questions, and it can help shape the project. So it's something that we, so I also have an active transportation program background. That was my first program here. So I'm really, really passionate about community engagement. So again, like in every conversation I have with our applicants, I'm really stressing the importance of community engagement and really having an interactive process, not just, you know, telling the community what you're going to do. And a lot of the language that we added to the equity supplement this cycle came from suggestions from our EAC, and Matthew already thanked them, but I just want to say thank you to those members again. I was really for them overwhelmed in a good way. Like, they provided so much practical ideas that we could integrate into the evaluation criteria and into our equity supplement. We added like more examples of what inclusive engagement looks like. So when we're having these like workshops, how are they ensuring that everyone can participate? You know, not just like anyone who's ever been to like a community meeting. There's always like the vocal people who come to like everything, but like how are we getting everyone who would be affected to come? So we have more examples of like how to make engagement accessible by like public transit, or by having it in like a location, again, that it's familiar to the community, and at times that's good for the community. So ensuring that materials are accessible, so accessible to individuals with disabilities and for non-English speakers. And then we also integrated more language about building trust, which is something I really want to expand on next cycle as well. Like building trust for the community and really acknowledging the past harms, and like, you know, working with the community to mend those past harms. I hope that answered your question. I feel like I rambled on, but
I appreciate it. It was very helpful. So it sounds like it's ultimately many, many months of engagement that is effective community engagement.
Yes.
And proper notice to the community in terms of like how they participate in that engagement. Thank you. In terms of the anti-displacement, and it's, I appreciate all the comments around displacement. And, you know, with this one especially, it seems as if in some ways you describe in the guidelines, which I very much appreciate, what displacement is. So there were some comments about displacement from right away, but then in the guidelines, you also have a conversation about displacement based on like economic reasons, right? There's a market shift that happens that causes displacement. And so with some of the provisions in the guidelines, I can understand how a project proponent would be able to assess and give some understanding about what this is going to look like in the future. And I'm guessing also with the displacement on the other end, once the project is implemented, and I did want to just also call out the workforce development provisions, which it's helpful to see those as well. I could understand, like, for some of those on the other side, you can enumerate it. You can say, like, this many jobs were formed, this is how many people, these are the provisions, these are the places where we were able to connect with them. When it comes to the displacement, do you have thoughts in terms of how that's measured later, especially when we're not talking about just right-of-way displacement and the demolition of homes, but we're talking about this other level of displacement as well?
So we have the definitions that we added to the supplement, and that's a really good question. We added a new displacement question to the guidelines. I'm like looking at Matthew and shaking his head. Do you have any thoughts, Matthew?
That is a really good question. And I think the reason I'm reacting like this is because when we introduced the workforce development language, one of the reactions we got, and I think it was a very important reaction for us to hear, was we were asking for tangible forecasting of what would happen to the workforce climate once a project was in the delivery phase. It's very hard for a lot of our partners to forecast that with a certain degree of accuracy, which is why we're kind of taking it a step back and saying, well, why don't you use past examples that your agency has employed and give us those as like what it could look like. And then obviously with the monetary threshold, you can kind of scale it. I think the question you're asking is very similar in terms of how a project being built would shift, these demographic, see a shift in demographics that would cause displacement through that mechanism. That's a really good question, I think, for us to consider, along with these workforce development questions that we want to consider in cycle 6. It's because we haven't had that conversation with our stakeholders in order to, I think, answer that question in terms of what, so we might be able to understand what they can forecast, but it might be kind of a retroactive exercise, if that makes sense. But it gives us a lot to think about, and I would actually like to come back to that after this meeting.
Any other questions or comments from the dais? Yes, Commissioner Grisby.
All right. Well, thank you for the presentation. And, I definitely want to thank staff for the real progress that these draft guidelines exhibit. Long list here. I'll go through some of them. The CAPDI 2.0 language, the ZEV appendix, the workforce and tribal engagement additions, and now the explicit inclusion of individuals with disabilities. So the aspirations there, the goals are tight. My questions will be around enforcement and compliance to those goals. So the first is, how do we verify that a project fully mitigates, or to what degree the project mitigates their VMT? And a connected question would be, how do we ensure that a project that names an RTP or SCS goal actually moves their region towards that goal?
Okay. In terms of the VMT mitigation, so the language that we added to the guidelines is that projects that mitigate their passenger VMT impacts, such as the CAPTI language, mitigate passenger impacts, will be more competitive for funding. So how we're looking at it in the guidelines is we are looking at the kind of added benefits of those VMT mitigation measures. In terms of what that looks like, it's so we are essentially, it's not like, it won't be a scientific accounting of being like the VMT being fully mitigated. We're essentially looking at, so if they're mitigating their VMT impacts, they should discuss those benefits throughout the application and whatever evaluation criteria is appropriate. So, for example, if they're doing like some active transportation improvements to mitigate VMT, they could talk about those, the benefits of those measures in the safety category, or in the multimodal strategy evaluation criteria, or in the greenhouse gas emissions evaluation criteria, or in the community engagement criteria if it's usually the results of some community input on the project. So we won't be doing an accounting to ensure that they're fully mitigating their passenger VMT. I will say that a lot of projects are already integrating these types of measures into the project. There were many projects that we've that integrated measures like this, not necessarily mitigate, although a lot of them did mitigate VMT, but a lot of our, I would most of our project sponsors now are integrating and incorporating elements that also mitigate the impacts of freight on communities. So we're seeing projects that are integrating active transportation or transit expansion. Several projects integrated transit expansion, things like complete streets, So this is kind of supporting and advancing what our project sponsors are already doing with their freight projects, kind of making them more comprehensive and getting the negative impacts that they're having on communities. Was there a second question? I'm so sorry.
I have a couple.
Did you ask what was it?
Oh, the other one was how do we know if a project actually that is listed has listed an RTP SES goal actually has moved in a region towards that goal?
Okay, I'm glad I asked you. Once again, I got kind of like carried away thinking about your question, and then I forgot the second question. Okay, great. So in terms of the RTP SCS, so in order to be eligible for the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program, a project must be consistent with the RTP SCS. So at this point, the relevant Metropolitan Planning Organization must submit a letter as part of the application that confirms that the project is consistent with the RTP SCS.
All right, excellent. And going back to community engagement, and I've noticed there's been, and it's not our fault as a state or a commission, but there are some areas of the state where I think communities are better organized, and therefore express their opinions earlier in the process and get more people involved. And then there's other parts of the state where that does not exist, or there's not a culture of doing that in those communities. So do you have any thoughts around that and how to make sure that we get more consistently really good community participation outside of areas where those folks are already organized to provide that input?
Yeah, that's a great question, and it's something that I think about a lot. I think in terms of our equity supplement kind of is part of the, like, how we're working to achieve that, because we know that there's some areas of the state where, again, like you said, they don't have that same culture of community engagement, or they just don't have this like same type of experience. So we're trying to put kind of best practices into that supplement and examples to really help those agencies do that kind of a community engagement. And the reason we want to help them is because, as Matthew said during his presentation, community engagement really is a major factor in how projects are evaluated and selected for funding. And TSEP in particular, I'm sure in the other programs too, but I was only reading my applications that I received. The agencies are really improving their community engagement, and I would say a lot of them are using that equity supplement as a resource and incorporating the kind of practices that we're putting in there. So I would say, like, because it's such a critical component of our evaluation criteria and will continue to be a critical component, I think agencies will take it seriously and they'll use the resources available. And again, as I already mentioned, like during all of our office hours and debriefs, we talk to agencies about this, and commission staff is always really willing to help on this matter. I've had some office hour sessions where I was kind of brainstorming with agencies on this, like maybe they submitted previously, and I was helping brainstorm like ideas for what they could do for their community engagement leading up to cycle 5.
Thank you so much. And I have one more.
Yeah, definitely.
Over the years, I've been really personally inspired by the work the commission has done around clean freight. And I think that should be applauded by various communities in the state. We know that there's barriers to folks having clean freight infrastructure built, whether it be connections to electricity, et cetera, et cetera. Do you have any thoughts about how to encourage folks to apply to this DEV program we have?
Yeah, okay, so that was when I joined TSEP last cycle. It was like one of the things I was most excited about was advancing ZEV, and obviously I jumped in like right after the guidelines had been, or right when the guidelines were adopted last cycle. And it, like, as we were evaluating applications, it was something I really thought about. And so that was why as a team, we came up with the ZEV appendix, and I'm really grateful. We got a lot of input on that from both our regional partners, who I will say there's some regions in the state who are really, really interested in these projects, but they were like, we don't really know how these processes work. We need help. So we wanted to come up with resources for them. And also our advocate partners who wanted us to keep advancing these projects, which we're completely aligned with that perspective. So that appendix has different examples of project types to help like applicants think about what they could do with ZEV infrastructure, including traditional projects. So like a traditional freight projects that has like a ZEV element, which we've seen several, well, I wouldn't say several, but a few of those in the program, and they are very highly competitive. And then the second piece of that ZEV appendix is example performance measures for our, so there's 3 statutorily required performance measures in the program. It's throughput, reliability, and velocity. And our previous ZEV applicants have had a really hard time competing. We have to evaluate per statute. We have to evaluate projects on those measures. And we've had a hard time competing in those measures because they're like, we can't, there's like this measure doesn't make any sense for us. And so I'm really grateful to my staff, Kenneth Lopez, because he worked to create some example performance measures that that applicants could use, which we included in the guidelines in the appendix. And we also worked as a team to come up with some like narrative topics they could discuss, because last cycle, I mean, we saw some where they were like, the applicant would be like, oh, like reliability doesn't really apply to ZEV projects, and they'd like write that in the application. And so we were like, okay, there are things that you can talk about here. You can talk about like trucks not having to go on detours. You can talk about like even things like queue management within the ZEV charging station. Like, how are you managing that queue to get the freight back on the road and get the cargo moving? So that was that second piece. And then I think the third piece is like the resources that we provided. We provided a lot, and I'm very open if people know, I even said this in our workshop, if people know of other resources that we can add to that appendix, I would love to consider them. We really want to make it as helpful as possible, because I think a lot of our local and regional agencies, they really just don't know where to start. And I think like things like the permitting process are very confusing, and they just need like that push and that help. And I will say, it's not in our guidelines, but we are committed to, for applicants who are successful in getting a ZEV project funded this cycle, we're also going to develop some more guidance, kind of like a next step guidance. So it's not in the guidelines, but like once we like fund those projects, it's like, here's some next steps guidance, like on like permitting, like what you need to do now. Or like template letters that they can use for the permitting process. And we're going to do that in collaboration with Caltrans. And we've also been working with the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development. I always call them GoBiz, but I think that's what that means. So we've been working with them to kind of put those resources together.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for all the hard work. And I'm so happy to hear so many stakeholders were happy with the process and their inclusion in it. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh,
okay. We have Commissioner Eager.
Just something quick. Matthew, so you talked about it's difficult to evaluate and monitor economic development, right, as things are happening. I'm not sure if you have reached out to large economic development organizations, not necessarily GoBays, but people who are actually in the field doing the work, because an economic development organization that brings a large project to a community, they have to do an economic impact analysis. And so some of those tools are already in place for what it is that you're talking about. So it was just my suggestion that you might want to reach out to folks and say, how is it that you're doing it? Because it can apply to what we're doing here too.
That is a great suggestion. I know you were one of the commissioners that worked directly with us to inform this language. And what I failed to mention during my item is we are considering the integration of workforce that we're committing to in Cycle 5 as kind of a two-step process. We would like to take the language further, provide tools and examples. Actually, that was one of the major suggestions we received at the workshop that Naveen led back in March. So we will be in touch because that will help us inform where we can get started when we bring that back in Cycle 6.
Can I add one thing? Just to add also, Part B, or the second part of the criterion, the last section that we workshop with you and the stakeholders literally says, describe the workforce development landscape in your region and how this project connects to and advances the regional workforce development partnerships that you've already identified in Part A that you used during the construction process. And that came actually directly from all this great information that I researched based on what you provided us. So thank you so much for sharing all of that.
Great. Anybody else from the dais? Okay, just a couple of things. So great job, team. And I know we have one more set of SB1 presentations. Just on the community engagement, and you said it in your comments about resources. So it'll be interesting to kind of, really understand, and it doesn't have to be now, but maybe in the August, as you're continuing to compile comments and feedback on how you actually measure community engagement, because you talked about resources and no two regions are the same in terms of their resources and their ability to incorporate community engagement. It all has to be done, but there's some very lean budgets in certain regions, and so they may be more innovative, even though they don't necessarily procure community engagement consultants, et cetera. And so it'll be interesting to understand how you measure that. Is it more subjective? Is there a sort of a loose metric? Again, you don't have to explain that now, but maybe something to think about. And because from my experience working on community engagement, again, different entities and jurisdictions have monetary ability to procure professionals to do engagement. You can also use CBOs, right? And so it would be need to understand kind of robustly what those opportunities are, so that applicants aren't hamstrung on any one method as it relates to community engagement. Second of all, finally, I just want to remind folks that want to continue to engage on SB1 that there are 2 workshops, again, that was mentioned earlier, on alternative delivery methods and land use and housing. And so that's another bite at the apple. And I encourage folks to attend those. And I know that you all really dedicate yourselves to the office hours. That's an amazing opportunity for folks to engage one-on-one with staff on projects and ideas as it relates to our guidelines development. All right, so with that, moving on to tab 22, draft 2026 local partnership competitive program guidelines presentation. Ms. Ward.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Tab 22 is an informational item to present the draft 2026 local partnership competitive program guidelines. The local partnership program provides funding to counties, cities, districts, and regional transportation agencies in which voters have approved fees, tolls, or taxes dedicated solely to transportation improvements for the competitive program. Eligible agencies also include those that have imposed fees dedicated solely to transportation improvements. Funding for the local partnership program is divided into 2 programs, 40% for the competitive program and 60% for the formulaic program. Tab 22 will focus on the competitive program, and tab 23 will focus on the formulaic program. Please note the change list for tab 22. The corrected book item includes an updated version of the draft guidelines minus the strike-through text. A corrected list of formulaic eligible agencies in Appendix F, and the addition of a checkbox for individuals with disabilities in Attachment A. Appendix A, correction. The 2026 Local Partnership Competitive Program represents the 5th cycle of the competitive program and includes 2 years of programming with an estimated $143,858,000 available. The 2024 program was over-programmed by $142,000, so the initial appropriation of $144 million has been reduced by that amount. Please keep in mind that this is still an estimate, and we anticipate the total funding amount available for award will increase once we finish reconciling unused incentive funds from the formulaic program and lapsed project funds from both LPP programs. The final program capacity will be noticed with the guidelines adoption in August. The draft competitive program guidelines were prepared by Commission staff in consultation with the Interagency Equity Advisory Committee, Caltrans, the Department of Housing and Community Development, transportation planning agencies, county transportation commissions, local agencies, advocacy groups, and other stakeholders. Following the same process as the 2024 program, we gathered community and stakeholder feedback through a series of workshops and through written letters and emails. As described earlier, the 2026 guidelines update process began on November 20th and included program managers from the 3 SB1 competitive programs and the local partnership formulaic program. Following the kickoff, the Commission held 2 public workshops specific to the local partnership program, where staff presented all proposed edits of substance for both the competitive and formulaic program guidelines. Attendees were offered opportunities for discussion during the workshops and encouraged to follow up with written comments if necessary. Local partnership program staff also used this opportunity to offer some training on the formulaic program. Comments received through workshop discussions and written materials were incorporated into the draft guidelines as appropriate. Peak attendance at our program-specific workshops included 95 attendees and represented staff from local and regional agencies, Caltrans, the Equity Advisory Committee, and advocacy groups. After each workshop, the PowerPoint presentations and workshop recordings were posted both to the main Commission workshop page and the local partnership program page. Commission staff also hosted 24 virtual office hour sessions between March and May of this year to provide technical assistance to potential applicants who wanted to discuss their project nominations. The office hour sessions focused on the competitive program, but we did occasionally answer some questions about the formulaic program as well. At this time, I would like to briefly highlight some of the proposed changes to the draft 2026 competitive program guidelines. First, the Transportation Equity Supplement and Community Engagement Evaluation Criterion described earlier has been incorporated into the LPP competitive guidelines as well. Likewise, the revised SB1 workforce development language has been updated in the economic development, job creation, and cost effectiveness evaluation criterion. In response to stakeholder feedback, the 2026 Local Partnership Competitive Program guidelines include a new award limit of $40 million per agency per cycle. While the per project award limit remains at $25 million, the new policy accommodates agencies that submit multiple project nominations and preserves the Commission's intention to balance the need to direct increased revenue to the state's highest transportation needs while fairly distributing the economic impact of increased funding from Senate Bill 1. Applicants familiar with the 2024 program guidelines will notice small clarifying edits to language and an updated Appendix A, which is the application template. This appendix has been revised to better align with the guidelines language, and it incorporates references to the EPPR or the electronic project programming request document, and the state highway system form, both of which were standalone appendices in previous guidelines. It also adds a new requirement for nomination packages to be ADA remediated prior to submittal, and Naveen described that earlier. Finally, a major effort was made by the whole SB1 team to align guidelines language and format to provide more consistency between the program guidelines. We hope you agree that these changes will make the guidelines easier to use and understand for our partner agencies. Looking forward, we have 2 standalone workshops that have already been discussed. They are on July 15th, where we will discuss alternative delivery methods language in the morning and the efficient land use and housing language in the afternoon, as previously mentioned. As a reminder, the land use and housing criterion and appendix supplement are specific to the SCCP and LPP competitive programs, and we have been working directly with the Department of Housing and Community Development on that. We encourage all interested stakeholders to attend and share your feedback, as this will be the last opportunity to do so. Final guidelines for the 2026 Local Partnership Competitive Program are proposed for adoption in August. Before I conclude my presentation, I would like to thank our partners and stakeholders who participated in workshops and provided feedback on the development of the draft guidelines. In particular, I would like to thank LA Metro for their efforts to provide thoughtful suggestions, which ultimately were incorporated into both the 2026 Local Partnership Program guidelines. I'd also like to commend my fellow SB1 program managers and their staff for their efforts to coordinate and ensure our guidelines update process is as transparent as possible. It truly is a pleasure to be part of a team with colleagues as capable and as pleasant as they are. Finally, I would like to thank our Senate Bill 1 Deputy Director Matthew Yazgat for ensuring the integrity of our process every step of the way and always doing so with a smile. That concludes my presentation of the draft 2026 Local Partnership Competitive Program Guidelines. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashara. Any public comment?
There was no requested comment on this item.
Okay, and no one in the room. Any comments or questions from the dais?
Just before we get to the last one, I just want to say, Matthew, we all just love you, and you haven't noticed yet. This is all really about how much we love Matthew.
No, I think they're trolling me at this point.
It does seem every cycle it gets more and more.
Well, 2 cycles ago, I was paying them to say these things. Now they're just doing it to troll me.
They just want to see you smile, Matthew. All right. Final item of the day. Ms. Giese, item 23. Draft 2026 Local Partnership Formulaic Program Guidelines.
Commissioners, tab 23 is an information item to present the draft 2026 Local Partnership Formulaic Program Guidelines. In tab 22, Lashara provided an overview of the Local Partnership Program and the guidelines development process. So today I will focus on only the Local Partnership Formulaic Program and guidelines. This will be the 6th cycle of the formulaic program and will include fiscal years 2027, 28, 29. Eligible applicants under the formulaic program are local or regional agencies that have and administer voter-approved taxes, tolls, or fees that are solely dedicated to transportation improvements. Each cycle, 60% or $216 million of local partnership program funding is distributed among eligible agencies in the formulaic program. Each agency can then request to program their formulaic program funds to eligible projects throughout the cycle. The draft Local Partnership Program Fund Distribution, which shows each eligible agency's formulaic program funds amount, will be published on the Commission's website in the next week, and the final 2026 fund distribution will be presented as an action item at the August Commission meeting. For the 2026 cycle, we've added a new advanced program to the formulaic guidelines. Previously, advanced programming was not an option in the formulaic program. The new policy was developed in response to requests from formulaic stakeholders to allow eligible agencies to program 2026 formulaic funds before the initial programming in January 2027. This new policy will allow eligible agencies to program 2026 formulaic funds at either the August, October, or December 2026 commission meetings. The policy states that advanced programming requests will only be considered for projects that support significant events of statewide economic impact and will be considered on a case-by-case basis as program allocation capacity allows. Most of the updates to the formulaic guidelines this cycle were intended to make the guidelines, policies, and processes easier to understand and more user-friendly. These edits included adding clarifying language in various sections. In the allocation adjustment section, we've added additional language to clarify the process for adjusting allocations between programmed project phases. In the cost savings policy section, we have updated the language to specify who the cost savings request should be sent to and when it should be submitted. As mentioned in previous items by the competitive program managers, the SB1 program's transportation equity supplement was updated and included in the formulaic program guidelines as Appendix F. Lastly, this item was posted as a yellow replacement item. Appendix C, the list of eligible agencies in the formulaic program, was updated and replaced. The final 2026 local partnership formulaic program guidelines will be recommended for adoption at the August commission meeting, and initial programming will be presented at the January 2027 meeting. Before I wrap up, I'd also like to thank our partners and stakeholders who participated in the 2026 SB1 guidelines development process, especially those who joined our LPP-specific workshops. We had very robust discussions with formulaic program stakeholders, and they provided valuable and helpful feedback for not only the guidelines, but also formulaic program processes when we presented formulaic program training topics in this cycle's LPP workshops. Finally, I know that Matthew has praise, so my thank you is to all of my SB1 program teammates for their continued support and collaboration throughout the process. That concludes my presentation of the draft 2026 local partnership formulaic program guidelines.
Well done, Kayla, and well done, team. Any public comment?
No, I do not see any requested comment at this time.
Okay, great. Any questions or comments from the dais? Okay, all right. We'll see you in August. Well done. All right, so before we adjourn, just a quick announcement. We will start day 2 tomorrow with items 97 and 99, and then we will proceed with the rest of the agenda as posted. So have a good evening. See you all tomorrow morning.